This agenda was issued last Tuesday, the 21st of September. Hard copies of both agendas were delivered to all members on Thursday, the 23rd. A copy of Appendix 2 to Item 6 in a larger font was emailed to members on Friday, the 24th of September and dropped into their member share folders. This meeting is being held remotely and the public are excluded. This is the 12th time that Falkirk Council has met remotely. The meeting is being live streamed and recorded. A video recording will be posted online shortly after the meeting on the Council's YouTube channel. If members wish to speak, they should physically raise their hand or indicate using the chat facility. Otherwise, members should refrain from using the chat facility, and I will ask if all who wish to speak have done so before closing the debate. At that point, it is their responsibility to ensure they attract your attention, even by cutting in verbally. Otherwise, I will close the meeting and they miss their chance to speak. I would advise members that I will introduce comfort breaks at appropriate points in the meeting. Would also advise you, a very important issue, that there's a change in the order of the agenda and the reverse the order in which you take items 6 and 7. As shown in the agenda, therefore take agenda item 7, Council HQ, before item 6, Municipal Buildings Statutory Consultation. I would now at this stage like to bring in Mr. Moody to give us an update on the proposed National Care Service before we go into the business. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And this is just a very brief piece of information for members' benefit, and it's to let you know that the Provost has agreed to hold a special meeting of the Council to consider the Council's response to the consultation on the proposed National Care Service. We're currently examining the date for that, but it's likely to be at the end of October or the very beginning of November. And this is also maybe a useful opportunity to let members know that there will be a briefing for all members arranged on the consultation, and it's anticipated that this will take place next week on Tuesday, the 5th of October at 4 p.m, but a diary invite should be issued for that during the course of today.
Thank you, Mr. Moody, for that update. Could you take the sederant, please?
Yes, thank you, Provost. Provost Buchanan.
Present.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Present.
I can see Deputy Provost Ritchie on the screen. Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah.
Councillor Alexander.
Here.
Councillor Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bissett.
Present.
Councillor Black.
Present.
Councillor Blackwood.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Coombs.
Here.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Goldie.
Present.
Councillor Grant.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hughes.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Present.
Councillor McHugh.
Present.
Councillor McCluckie.
Here.
Thank you, Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Meikle-John. Councillor Munro. Oh, I can see Councillor Munro joining just at the moment. Councillor Murtagh.
And shot.
Councillor Nicholl.
Present.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Present.
And Councillor Spears.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Now, item 2, declaration of interest, and just for clarity, I'll read this out. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interests they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. At this stage, have we any declarations of interest? I'm recording. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Could I just say before we carry on with the business that it's going to be quite difficult for us here this morning because we're in a different location. We're having to get the big large screen. So I'm depending on officers to ensure that members get an opportunity to speak. So I do apologise at this stage if it maybe take a wee bit of time to get to you, but it's just because of the technology we're using this morning. Thank you. Before we go into the item 3, which is the minutes and information bulletin, could I just mention at this stage about the motions? We have 2 motions in front of us, 11A in relation to the dementia from Councillor Goldie and also 11B fair work practices. After giving due considerations and in consultation with the group leaders, decided that the item 11A will be discussed today, but item 11B, the fair work practices, will be given to the executive to deal with. So that's the information at the moment. So it's item 3, minutes and information bulletin. Item 3A, minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 23rd of June 2021. It's pages 5 to 25. Is there any questions arising from the minute of that meeting? Councillor Murtagh.
Thank you, Provost. Just to say before I begin that I know that Councillor Reid, former Councillor Reid, was always very much meticulous in going through minutes and bringing forward very sensible and measured things. Although we obviously had our political differences, it's with some sadness that he's not here. So I'll try and just ask a small question. But I would say, so on page, I think it's page 4, basically on the item you just alluded to regarding motions, in the minute of the meeting from last, I had asked a question under Standing Order 16.4, which I understand should be minuted in the following minute, which was the question obviously to ask about why the referral on the motion about divestment from fossil fuels wasn't suitable to be heard at full council due to the circumstances that it affects everybody, and that's not minuted in page 7. So I wondered whether I could get an answer from officers as to why that isn't minuted, so we can have a trail on that.
Thank you. We'll try and get you an answer. Does somebody like to come in on that?
Yes, thank you, Provost. And I think Councillor Murtagh is referring to the provisions in Standing Order 16.4, which require the reasons for any decision, for a decision by the Provost, where those are requested, to be reflected within the minute. I think it's fair to say that the reference in the current draft minute, and that's at page 7 of your agenda, is brief in relation to any reason. And I think Councillor Murtagh raises a reasonable point. So with your indulgence, Province, if the council was prepared to agree the minute, subject to the insertion of an expanded explanation of the decision, which would be inserted by me having considered the recording and the reasons given at the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are you
That's
happy with that?
Yes, I am, Travis. Thank you. That's very much appreciated.
Thank you. And I think it's a very good point. And we've already taken 2 decisions in relation to these 2 motions before us. And I'm quite happy to put the reasoning behind the decision to be put in the minutes to the next meeting. If that would be okay, Mr. Moody.
I think the reasoning, Provost, would be inserted if the reasoning is asked for during the course of the meeting, but that hasn't been done in this case, so there wouldn't be the same need to do that. I think Councillor Murtagh is referring to it because it was specifically asked for.
Okay, fine, thank you. Now, have we any more questions in relation to the minute of the meeting the Falkirk Council held on the 23rd of June? Councillor Nimmo.
Just in relation to what you were saying there, Provost, I would certainly be interested in your reasons as to why my motion that was on the agenda today has been sent to the executive. I look forward to receiving your reasons.
Yeah, I'm quite happy, Councillor Nimmo, to tell you exactly the reason is that the Fair Work Practice, it deals with council role as an employee, and also as a procurement authority, and both these issues are dealt with at the executive. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, any more questions in relation to the minute of this meeting? Or can we move on? No more. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, at the meeting on the 23rd of June, I asked several questions regarding the bulletin, and one of the questions was how much, a breakdown of how much it costs for a council house, and my calculations was £202,000 per house. It's no in the minutes, and I've never received any information back from that question. So I've not had the information, and it's not in the minutes. Thank you, Provost.
Could you maybe refer us to the page, Councillor Kerr, for everybody?
It's not on the page. It's not in the minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
It was at the last meeting, Provost.
Okay.
Provost, if I could maybe assist here by saying we don't ordinarily minute the individual questions asked on the information bulletin, but certainly Councillor Kerr should have received a response if it was indicated at the meeting that a response would be provided out with the meeting, and I'm not sure if there's anyone on the call who would be able to assist with that, either Mr. Gillespie or Mr. McGee.
Mr. Gillespie.
Provost, I've picked up the question, obviously, that Councillor Kerr asked. It obviously depends on the size of the property, but we're probably running anything between 230,000 to 280,000 at the present time, depending on the size, depending on where the area is. But however, happy to provide an average cost to Councillor Kerr out with the meeting, Provost.
Okay, you happy with that, Councillor Kerr?
I'll pick that up with Mr. Gillespie offline, Provost. I didn't know it was Kenny that would be picking that up, but I'm quite happy with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions then on the minute of the meeting of the Falkirk Council on the 23rd of June? None? Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 3B, which is the volume of minutes, volume 1, 2021 to 22. Any questions in relation to the volume of minutes? Councillor McCluskey, did you have your hand up? No. No questions? Okay, then fine. That takes us to item 3C, the information bulletin, volume 1, 2021-22. Any questions arising? Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. I've one or two questions for development services, a couple for corporate housing and one for child services. The first one is relating to development services, pages 21, 22 and 24. They're all similar, Provost, and it's the PAM recycling, FCC recycling, the foundry steel and the BIFA. They all come to 49,999. I'll just ask Mr. Duff if this is a receipt, and how come we all at 49,999?
Mr. Duff, you like to come in?
Yeah, happy to come in on that, Provost. It relates to income that we expect from disposal of some of the recycling materials. And so the contract value is an estimate of the threshold within which the income would come forward to the council. And there are the likes of a bulky uplift collection. It's the maximum expectation of cost that would be incurred to the council. So it's either a balance of income or costs that we expect will be met within that cost below £50,000. So we estimate it at 49,999 as a threshold for these contracts.
Thanks, Mr. Duff. My next question is page 28, the extension to Carn Nursery, 570,000. It was reported that the last Young People's and Children's Executive has been complete. So why do we need to have it on this report if we've already spent the money?
Through you, Provost, this is reporting back on the award of the contract, so it's advising of the cost of works that were being undertaken. The contract was arranged in order that the works could take place over the summer break, and that work has now been completed, and understand from Children's Services that the facility is now operational.
Okay. Page 68, again for Douglas. Office furniture, £400,000. Where's this furniture been located?
Yeah, and this is furniture that we're acquiring for the preparation of the foundry. So the foundry's been made ready at Larbert for occupation by council staff, hopefully by the tail end of the year. And this is the furniture that we require. I would say that we're using as much of the furniture as possible from the existing buildings, but this is to supplement, and it includes seating, desks, but also it's reception furniture and storage.
I'm glad that we're trying to utilise the stuff that we've already got, Douglas. Thanks. That's everything for development services. Corporate housing, page 29. And it's financial borrowing, saving schemes. So I don't know if Stuart could, I just want to understand what we pay or what we're spending 1.8 million on, and what benefits is it, or what is the scheme?
Who's coming in here? Mr. McGee, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Provost. The cost that's estimated on that is the value of the benefits. The cost to the council is a relatively small sum. It's about £20,000 or so, but because of the nature of the value of the benefits itself, it requires to be quantified and reported upon. But as I say, the cost is relatively small. It's to provide a range of benefits, including discount schemes for employees as part of a package of employee benefits that the council offers, and effectively offers a one-stop shop to employees to access these benefits for their use to that. So hopefully that helps Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, great. I take it's you for the next question as well, David, page 30.
Yeah, I'll pick up the corporate and housing one. So you want to explain the question, or?
Yeah, page 30. The data, just where's that for, the data? Is it for the foundry and?
It's for the whole council estate, Councillor Kerr. It would cover schools, it would cover offices and a variety of other public buildings. So it's for the full council IT network in the whole area.
Okay, David. Page 32. The treatment, recyclable and residual waste, street sweeping and gullies, 1.2 million. That's just.
This is effectively a contract to enable the disposal of the wastes that are arising from the council's street cleansing operations, gully cleaning, operated by development services. So effectively, it's the onward disposed charges associated with that, but effectively to those contractors that then take that and forward then they treat that waste.
Thank you, David. Page 35 for energy efficiency works for private owners. It's £1 million. Do we get funding for this?
Yeah, the funding's forums part of what's termed as the HEAPS scheme. It's an area-based scheme which we apply by the government for, receive funding, and then that facilitates the programme of works on that. And this is the contract that sort of wraps around that. So we've got contracting resource to support owners, particularly where it's things like multi-tenure type works, etc.
You're mute, Councillor Kerr.
Sorry, Provost. Page 39 is the last one for David. The multi-trade void properties. How many void properties have we got at the moment?
We're currently sitting at around 250 voids at the moment. That's above our typical operating level, which would be around 100 voids. So this contract is a means to try to accelerate dealing with the sort of backlog of voids that have occurred over the course of the particularly during lockdown, and it's a means to try and get ourselves back to normal operating levels of around 100 voids or so.
Thanks, David. Thanks for answering these questions. My last question, Provost, is for Children's Services. It's on page 48. The transportation of school meals with an annual value of 110,000. I just want to know how many school meals do we cover daily, weekly, monthly?
I've asked for that information, Councillor Kerr, and it's coming to me shortly just in terms of the numbers, but just to let you know that we have made use of taxis to transport meals from production kitchens to the schools that don't have production kitchens, and this is a long established method of delivering and circulating the school meals in the most efficient way possible. As you know, the current contract value is for approximately £110,000 per year. I anticipate that as we roll out free school meals, initially to this session to primary 4 and then primary 5, but next session to primary 6 and 7, there will be a need for us to increase the number of production kitchens in our schools to meet the demand for more meals. So if we have more production kitchens in our schools, then in future the costs of transporting from production kitchens to schools that don't have them will decline. But I'll forward on information to you just about the numbers in terms of hundreds or thousands over the course of a year of meals that are transported.
Thanks, Robert. I just 110,000. We could probably employ arrange people to do that, but I just wondered how many meals and how many trips. But I'll look forward to getting your information, Robert. Thank you. Provost, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your questions. Any other questions in relation to the information bulletin? Councillor Nimmo.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I did have quite a long list of questions, but I've managed to get most of them answered by officers out with the council meeting this morning. If I could maybe just pick up on one, relates to page 21, the proposed closure of the Birkhill clay mine in Bowness. Now, it was my understanding that this was closed a number of years ago for health and safety reasons. I'm just wondering why this is in the paperwork today, if that's the case.
Okay, we'll get somebody to answer that question. Who's coming forward?
Provost, I'll pick that question up.
Thank you.
This is works that are necessary for the closing down of the facility. So it has been closed for some time, but this is additional works we've had to undertake to make the mine safe, etc. So I can certainly seek more details for Councillor Nimmo if he would like them, but that's my understanding.
Okay, thanks for that.
I think Mr. Naylor wants to come in on this one. Mr. Naylor?
Actually, Provost, it's not on this one. It's just to go back to what I said just a couple of moments ago, and for Councillor Kerr and for the meeting, just to share with Council that we deliver 4,500 meals to primary schools per day and 2,000 meals to nursery per day, and that involves 25 different runs from production kitchens to schools that don't have production kitchens. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that updated information. We'll just go back to our previous question. You quite happy with that, Councillor Nimmo?
Yeah, I'm quite happy with the answer, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Provost. It's a question for Development Services. I believe it will be Douglas. I look at the primary schools that are getting the toilets upgraded, and when we had the contractor for BMES of Bonnybridge, then we changed contractors to J&I Brodie for the other two schools on pages 23 and 24. And they jump quite substantial there. Could BMSES of Bonnybridge not do the other schools, for example, with Murray Primary and Shield Hill Primary? Because there's quite a substantial difference in the prices there. Obviously, maybe more work getting done, but could I get it explained to me, please?
Okay, thank you. Who's coming in on this one?
Yeah, through you, Provost. I would expect that is down to the scope of work that's been required to be undertaken on that contract, Councillor, and also the response that was given to the tenders when they were issued. So it will be down to the pricing of the work that has been supplied by the contractor. So I would expect that that's the situation that has applied in this instance, but I'm certainly happy to get more details on that if needed.
Okay.
Thank you, Douglas. Provost, could I just ask one more question, please?
Yeah.
Page 65, and it's to do with the horticultural products. It's my usual question, Provost, that the location where we seem to have to get the stuff from, Southport, Nottingham, and Salisbury, is there nobody locally do horticultural products at a reasonable price?
Douglas?
Again, through you, Provost, we've obviously tendered for this work and we rely on submissions we receive back. We do quite a bit of work to promote the opportunities through procurement of council services to encourage local suppliers to engage with us. And so we do encourage it in this instance. There are some relatively local companies, Craigmarlock Nursery Kilsyth, has received awards through that framework. But ultimately we are dependent on the response that we get from suppliers to these requests.
Okay.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Bissett, I believe you had your hand up.
Thanks, Provost. I just first of all like to pay a personal tribute to Councillor Reid for his service to the council, both as an officer and in the public capacity. I think he served the council well, and he was an excellent provost. So it's just a personal tribute to Councillor Reid, and he'll be missed in the Labour group for his insight. And so it's really just to say thanks very much to Councillor Reid, Pat Reid, for his service. And I just want to ask a couple of questions. And the first one is, within these contracts, we normally see placements, or a modern apprentice could be allocated or whatever. I just wonder, is it possible to pull up a report to actually see how many of these placements have actually have happened, and where the people that are in these placements have ended up? I just wonder, we see individuals, maybe there's 2 placements for 6 weeks or whatever, or 6 months. I would just like to see if it's possible to pull up a report, say, for the past year on these contracts, to see how many placements have actually happened and what the outcome was. That's my first question. Thank you.
Who wants to come in on that one? Mr. McGee, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, we picked this information up as part of an annual procurement report that we're required to produce and publish. So we'd be quite happy to extract that information and provide that to Councillor Bissett and other members should they wish to see that, and potentially augment that with anything additional that would be required.
Thank you.
And my second question is page 64, the horticultural issue. I just want to confirm that this is a framework contract, so the 410,000 hasn't actually been allocated. It's a call-off contract. I wonder if somebody could confirm that.
Would that be Mr. Duff coming back in?
Yes, through you, Provost, to confirm that is a call-off contract, so it's for the supply of these products, and we're able to call off on the basis of the various lots that are identified there.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is around this year's budget, horticultural budget. I wonder if somebody could maybe talk us through the distribution of that budget for this year.
Mr. Duff again.
Through you, Provost, just to clarify that in relation to these horticultural products, this is for the supply of these products for a range of services that the council undertakes. So it's for all of the use of all of these products across the operations that we have underway in grounds maintenance, etc., as well as the provision of support for community groups that we work with for the supply of flowers and other growing initiatives that are taking place in communities. We're cognizant that there was some additional funding, there was a saving relating to this area of work taken in back in 2019, with then some additional money specifically put forward for community growing activities of £100,000. So it meant in the course of that obviously the Keneal nursery was closed, but we did make arrangements for the supply of flowers, etc., to community groups, and there's around 34,000 of that money has been spent this year in working with those community groups. We've also got some other activities underway to promote growing with our communities, and we would work with them to help bring forward that type of initiative. But this tender report is in relation to the general supply of products that will support all of these activities, within which that 34,000 of flowers, etc., that supplied to the community groups would be found.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions there? Can we move on? Any more questions? Councillor Kerr back in.
Just pick on what Douglas says about the community groups. Can any community group come forward and ask for help, Douglas?
Absolutely, we welcome requests from community groups who are keen to provide bedding and plants and into the various beds and flower baskets, etc., around communities, and we would urge that they make contact with our grounds team who help distribute them. Obviously, it's not an extensive service that we're able to offer. There are limits to the budget. We are trying to facilitate this through our community growing agenda, so that there'll be opportunities to attract other funding, etc., that can encourage it. But certainly, if there are groups that are looking to do that, then by all means get in touch.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Because this is the first time I've heard about it, so thank you very much, Douglas.
Fine, thank you for that. Oh, Councillor Goldie. You're mute, Councillor Goldie.
Sorry for that, Provost. Just to say that I think everyone would agree that the people who are putting out the plants in the community really deserve a pat on the back, because they do a great job on that in all weathers. Having said that, Provost, how were these groups made aware that they could get the plants? I'll ask Mr. Duff that.
Okay, Mr. Duff.
At the point when the funds were awarded, obviously members might recall there was some concern clearly at the closure of Kinneil Nursery. That changed the practice that we had in place.
I can hear him.
We can hear him. I can hear him.
Okay, I'll
Carry on.
continue then.
Carry
Yeah,
on.
I'll continue. So the practice changed at the time back in 2019 when the Kinneil nurseries had to close. And their operations that previously had been in place for distribution of plants had to be run down. At that time, we contacted all members to advise of the replacement arrangements that had been put in place, given the 100,000 award that had been made for that service. So all members were advised of the provision that was there for community groups to get in touch and to source bedding plants that could be distributed in their community. And so that's an offer that's out there, and we're happy to work with members. I think at the time we also distributed some further details on a ward basis to councillors, noting the various areas that could be targeted for these measures and advising of the contact points that are there. So we are intending to promote this further. Obviously, the council since then has adopted a community growing strategy. It's got a series of measures underway to promote allotments as well as the provision of bedding plants, etc. And therefore there is provision through that to encourage further groups to come forward.
Yep, just coming back on that, Douglas, you will be aware, of course, in all contracts we require transparency and accountability. And there can be some considerable sums here. Again, great for the people who are putting the stuff out and great for the communities that are getting it. My clear memory of what happened in 2019 was there was a budget decision taken to close the Kinneil Nursery. And of course, anybody that's got a garden knows that you've got to order the plants way in advance or to put them in, get them ready for the hot houses to go into the ground. So these plants had already been ordered, and then we shut the nursery. So there was a pile of plants lying about, if you would want to call it that word. So that was my understanding, that these would be distributed, and I quite clearly remember getting the email to say that you can go and get these plants if you want them, but it didn't say you can come back next year, next year again. So maybe that I'm right when I say that. That was what the situation was. But I mean, so let's assume, for instance, there's a group in Carmlin and they want 150 geraniums and 200 anything else. How does that get delivered? Who do they speak to on that?
Make contacts with our ground service. So if I would say that we would do that at the turn of the year. So obviously we are making arrangements for purchasing in those bedding plants for the start of the new year. And they would make contact and propose how they intend to deliver it to our officers then. I would say that it's not a significant and robust process for assessment of submissions by the groups and so on. We try to work constructively with them and be realistic in terms of what can be delivered to them. And obviously, as you say, the concern is we don't want to see plants lying about and getting lost. So it's down to the capacity of the group that is able to come, collect them, and then get them dispersed.
Yeah, I don't want to labour this, Provost. I'm just going to go in for another couple of minutes, and the question I'm asking Douglas is: let's assume that I order 200 geraniums for some of the Carmlin groups. I've got to order it way in advance. Who delivers it? Do I sign for it? Does somebody know at the end of that period, by the way, Cameron got 200 plants and Langley's got so many more? How is it? How do we know who these people are that are getting this? I'm not denigrating any of them. I'm only asking a question. It's a simple question. And how do we know they went where they've gone? They're supposed to go.
The groups we've worked with are quite well recognised around the area, and we have seen the results of their work. So we see on social media and all of that kind of stuff, the promotion activity that's taking place. Also, a good number of these groups are working with us on our litter strategy, so they're not just focusing on providing plants, but they're also involved in litter pickups and these general forms of activity. And so we tend to know them and work with them constructively through that process. What we're not doing is an intensive and rigorous assessment of the status of the groups and the procedures to test out how the plants are going to be distributed, all of that kind of stuff. There is a limit to the capacity of the teams who are implementing this service. They've got other demands on their time. But we're looking in all instances to work constructively with these groups.
I'm just going to finish on this, Provost. I want to reiterate, I'm totally satisfied that the groups, etc., that do this are doing a great job. I'm just concerned that we didn't have a level of accountability, and I think you need to look at that. That's all I'm asking. Tightening up accountability. I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong, but if somebody like me comes back in 6 months' time and says, how many plants went there, we need to know that. It's a fair bit of money. Labour, when Labour moved the motion, they saved £100,000 in that budget. So all I'm saying, Douglas, is there has to be accountability. It's as simple as that.
What I can say, and again through you, Provost, is that in relation to this agenda, and what we've done recently is we've been working between the grounds service based with Dot Reid and the Design Roads and Transport Division. And the grounds team are working with Richard Broadley's team in planning and environment. So that we're working collectively on a community growing agenda. And that's respecting the council's policies on that. And included within this, we're nominating an estates development officer who will have community growing as their responsibility. First of all, to promote it, and we want to encourage more of it and get other money, external money, etc., brought to this. But I can certainly take that point away, Councillor, about the possibility of just making sure, if there are concerns, that we're able to attend to them. I'm not aware of any issues of that type. And certainly I would hope that it's not the kind of thing that's going on. Anything we see tends to be very positive for communities. It's something we want to encourage.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Douglas for that, Provost.
Okay, thank you. We've got a wee waiting list now. We have Councillor Black, Councillor Blackwood, I believe, had his hand up, and Councillor McLuckie. Councillor Black.
Thanks, Provost. It was on the same question. I mean, obviously, the community groups are doing fantastic work in Grangemouth every day. When I'm walking about, I see examples of that. So, like, when the plants are delivered in January, this was an unexpected surprise because I honestly didn't realise that this was happening, and I didn't realise that the council was supplying so many of the plants to the groups, because I know in Grangemouth a lot of businesses sponsor the plants. But so, if the plants are delivered in January, are there any left? Or, I mean, like, I'm thinking about equality access, and I'm also thinking about our community CLD staff and offices, because I know in Grangemouth, the Grangemouth Community Pantry, they missed out on the chance to have a community garden with the community choices. And I know that obviously a lot of that, like a lot of the plants and flowers are a big part of having a garden, and I mean, they can be used in so many ways for the health and well-being, for example, a men's shed. So just my question is about equality of access, and also about, are the supplies that come in the January, are they all used up, or is there any spare? And if there is, then we should really maybe be publicising that more.
Through you, Provost, I'm not aware of any issues with undersupply, so I'm not aware of any groups that have been thwarted in taking this forward. But it's certainly something we'll watch for as this progresses, and I think having an officer in place to help with its delivery will help to deal with these kind of matters. What it's not doing is an extensive and all year round service counsellor. It is very much targeted towards the provision of bedding plans at the start of the season that will help and be able to be maintained within communities through the course of the spring, summer and through into the latter part of the year, the growing season. But what I would say is that officer that's coming into post will be able to help work with groups on more of a year-round basis.
Do we really need an officer though? When you think about, like, this is plants that are delivered, and when I think about Grangeworth, I mean, there's not really any room in Grangeworth for to actually grow plants or for to grow, to grow things. So where's the capacity really to be growing these things in the communities? So I'm not understanding why we need an officer.
It's the officers are going to be doing lots of other things. It's going to be part of their job, but generally to promote community growing across the area, that's very much a policy intent that the council has. A lot of work to promote the use of allotments and so on, as well as encouraging growth of fruit and vegetables, that kind of thing. So there is more of an agenda to promote around that. But clearly, the level of amenity within individual communities is important, and we want to work with these groups to encourage that. So, by all means, if they get in touch with us, we're happy to work that through with them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blackwood, I believe you had your hand up.
Yeah, just quickly, Provost, it just seems strange that we closed Kinneoak nursery to make a saving, and now we're buying plants for the private sector and employing, and we obviously, I don't know if we paid people off, we certainly moved them out of the Kinneoak nursery, and now we're employing an individual to distribute these plants for a private nursery. The private nursery just seems strange. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McCluckie, then Councillor Gardner.
Right, thanks, Provost, for letting me in on this important issue. I'm going to talk about the same issue because it does seem strange that only through the papers this week that I became aware of it as well. I remember well when Kinneoak Nursery was closed and we got rid of all the, as I say, greenhouses and things down there that grew them. And I know that at that time we were notified by the roads officer that if any community groups needed them for the areas that were no longer going to get planted because they were cleaning out the greenhouses, they could go down and collect them. But I've never been aware that there was any funding, any method of anybody in my villages since then of getting any. And I've got community groups. I was at a school meeting the other day where they were asking about putting some pots out or hanging baskets and things. And here we are. When we look at a list, we see a couple of SNP councillors who, great work. They're working with their communities and getting 2,000 plants. But, they can't be doing much growing if they're ordering 2,000 plants, as I say, in their own. That's one thing. But why does it the other two political parties weren't made aware of it? How come the community councils who are paying and buying hanging baskets, in fact the one at Brighton's had hanging baskets and they wanted to put them up to the council poles, but the council poles were told they weren't strong enough to hold the hanging basket. So I don't know if the poles have been renewed, but they put them up in shop fronts and paid for flowers and that to gun them and water them at the shops. But I just find it unbelievable that certain areas seem to be aware of it and certain councillors seem to be aware of it. It's quite easy. Falkirk Council's got the name of every parent council, every community council, and they've got the address of every councillor. And if a policy gets made, why is that not broadcasted to every councillor? I mean, I don't know if you were aware of it, Provost, but certainly I was unaware of any of this. So
Okay.
clearly my area has not benefited from this, and I think that's shocking, to be honest, shocking.
Okay.
And to
Right.
pay, well, last point about 45,000 or 35,000 for an officer, you already said that this is for the beginning of the year. What are they going to go and do the rest of the year? Are they going to go and work with people to create snowmen or something like in the winter? You know what I mean? I just think that is absurd.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the general thrust of the questions coming forward, Douglas, is the fact is that some members, and not getting into any politics, that some members believe that there's been not enough information being given to all members on this initiative, and I think that's the general thrust of all the questions that's coming forward.
Provost,
You'll get your chance, Councillor Alexander.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Provost, I would say, and it goes back to 2019, from my understanding is that a note was put round all councillors advising them of the new arrangements, and that was supplemented with a note around individual wards with areas nominated. There were maps, etc., attached, giving the details of the areas that were appropriate to consider. That's my understanding of it. I think we've got Dot Reid on the call. I don't know if Dot, if you would want to come in with any further clarity on that point.
Yes, Dot.
That's it. Sorry, it was taking a minute to unmute there. Thanks, Douglas. Provost, yes, in 2019, Rona actually wrote to all elected members to advise that there would be an opportunity for flowers to be distributed within wards to populate the existing flower beds. I followed up on that communication from Rona with an email to members. It was a ward-based email explaining the number of plants that had gone into each bed and the type of flowers that had been used in each bed in the past. And I asked for members to make contact with the grounds team to advise if they had any community groups who may be interested in planting flowers within their ward areas. From the communications that we received back via members, we compiled a list and kept records of exactly how many plants we offered to communities and the number that communities took up. From those records, last year, we made contact with the same community groups to establish if requirements were still there for the supply of plants for existing beds, and we did the same this year. We have found that over the last 2 years, interest in the take-up of plants has diminished and there hasn't been the same interest. Hope that helps.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. We now have Councillor Gardner next. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I really don't need to come in now because everything that Dot said there was what I was going to say, and I was going to ask her to come in. But I'm quite surprised that some elected members here aren't aware of that and probably didn't read their emails when they were sent out. But there's certainly enough correspondence went out at the time. And in my ward and your ward, Provost, there's plenty of community groups have taken up that offer, and they're enjoying it. They're enjoying it, and the groups are growing. So yes, it's well aware to all the groups and should be well aware to all the elected members.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anybody else want to come in until we close? Councillor Alexander, sorry, sir.
It's okay, Provost. Dot has clarified everything that needs to be clarified.
Okay, thank you. I believe Councillor Murtagh wanted in.
I just want to make the point that I'm actually quite offended by some of the debate, and that it's a multi-member ward system that we have. We don't have wards where we have one councillor in one place and another. We have multi-member wards, and it's offensive to say that some members are getting preferential treatment because that's clearly not the case when the email goes to everybody.
Okay, point taken for that one. Okay, then we're going to move on now to the rolling action log, item 4. It's pages 26 to 29 on your agenda. And Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And as usual, the rolling action log is provided for members' information and for noting only. As far as I can see, all items on the action log are up to date, and where reports are required, they are on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, any questions relating to that, or can we agree the rolling action log? Agreed. Agreed. Okay, thank you very much for that. That takes us to item 5. It's a referral from the Executive Treasury Management Annual Review 2020-21. It's pages 30 to 42 in your agenda, and Mr. Smale will summarise the report and the recommendations contained within. Thank you, Mr. Smale.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning. The report is required to be referred to Council by the Treasury Management Code. It was given a good review and consideration by the Executive on the 24th of August. It's very much a rear view mirror report in terms of looking at the year past. And I'm not proposing to go into the detail of the report, albeit I'll be quite happy to try and address any questions members at this meeting have. So I would just take you to the recommendation in the cover report on page 31, which invites you to note the annual review. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you, Mr. Smale. Go right to the leader, Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. As has already been said by Mr. Smale, this has been to the Executive and has been given, was given a fair bit of scrutiny at the Executive in detail. We did note significantly that there are a number of uncertainties just because of the current climate that the economy is in, and there will be a need to continually review where we are until such things settle down. Except that there's likely to be further slippage in our capital programme just because of the supplies of materials, etc., and therefore have to review our capital programmes and the impacts of that going forward. But it's a robust strategy to help support our financial planning as we move into the next budget round. So I'm happy to move that we accept the report, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you. Have you got a second there?
Thank you, Provost. For the reasons the leader has laid out, I will formally second but reserve the right to come back in.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll go now to Councillor Bissett to ask if you've got an amendment to this or anything to say regarding the item. Councillor Bissett?
Nothing to add, Provost. I had a robust hearing at the Executive.
Fine, thank you, sir. We'll go to Councillor Kerr, ask him if he has any amendment at this point, or quite happy with the report as it's there.
Quite happy with the report. As Councillor Bissett says, it was very well talked about at the Executive. Provost.
Okay, then we'll have unanimous that we're going to move the recommendation contained within this report. Everybody agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Now at this stage, we're heading up to 2 major items, and it's an opportunity just now to take a comfort break before we have a lengthy. So 10 minutes time, it's 11:02, so we're back here in 10 minutes. That'll be fine. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got the wrong papers down. Got the executive papers down. Let's see,
I'll give everybody another couple of minutes to make sure they're back. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. As stated at the very beginning, we'll reverse items 6 and 7. So this will be item 7, which is the Council Headquarters and Arts Centre update option appraisal. It's pages 67 to 221. And at the beginning, we're going to ask the Chief Executive to speak first, and then we'll move on to Mr. Duff to summarise the report and the recommendations. Okay, sir. Mr. Laurie, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Provost, and good morning, councillors. By way of introduction to this item, and before passing on to Douglas, I wanted to say a few words about the journey we've been on as the council to get to this decision point, the criticality of that decision, and to recognise the work that's been done along the way. So this latest journey towards a decision on reprovisioning our HQ and Town Hall started with a report to the Executive in August 2018. So that's just over 3 years ago. That report related to the strategic property review and the review of the Council's front-facing offices. Since then, we've had reports to the Executive in October 2019 and January 2020. We've had a special Council meeting to consider this in November 2019. And the Council took further decisions and set out a cost envelope at the budget meeting in February 2020. At the Council meeting in September 2020, the Council considered the updated strategic business case, which amongst other aspects, clearly set out the decline and challenges facing the town centre and the potential role of the HQ and Arts Centre in addressing these. And at that meeting, the council took the decision to seek a town centre location. A very detailed process followed, which resulted in the identification of the High Street Coburn Street site as the proposed option at the council meeting in June. And at that point, the council agreed to look at the two options set out in the report today with the stated intent of allowing the council to reach a final decision at this meeting. So, Provost, we've been on quite a long and circuitous journey. And of course, it is important that members have full opportunities to ask questions, to seek reassurance, to request additional information, and to explore alternative options. So I entirely understand and appreciate that it's taken us some time to get to this decision point, but I think it is important that we now move forward. And it is a critical decision for the council. The corporate plan and the economic recovery plan emphasise the importance we place on town centre regeneration and the importance of town centres to our communities and to our economic prospects. And of course, there are various actions that we can take as a council, working with town centre partners and businesses and other stakeholders to improve town centres. Businesses themselves have an important role, and the recent recommitment to the Falkirk bid is a welcome example of this. Nevertheless, if we are to really tackle the fundamental challenges faced in Falkirk Town Centre in relation to high street decline, the loss of retail and footfall, then the council will need to take bold and decisive action in terms of tackling the oversupply of retail space in the town centre and putting new footfall and new uses into the high street. In this instance, through the proposed provision of a multi-use, multifunctional facility in the high street to support the daytime and evening economies. So this is about changing the dynamic. It's about shifting business confidence. It's about creating a basis for further investment by others. And at the same time, and if we don't move forward at this point, then I think we also need to consider the signal that that gives to our town centre users and businesses and other stakeholders after 3 years. Alongside this, there is a risk that if we don't take that decisive action, we see further decline in the town centre, which may end up requiring more substantial investment from the council at a later stage. So in that context, as officers, we believe the recommended option in front of you today does represent a best value solution. Finally, Provost, I want to record my thanks to the officers, and particularly Leslie Malcolm, who have worked tirelessly to bring forward the series of reports that we have had to work up the various options requested, to provide full and detailed responses to inquiries, to bring in relevant external advice and expertise, and to endeavour to cover off all the various complexities and issues raised during this process. I know that elected members have strong and varied views about this project, about the best route forward and the decisions that need to be made. But I would ask everyone to recognise and respect the work that has been done and the efforts made by the various officers involved, regardless of the decisions that we may reach today. Thank you, Provost, and with your agreement, I'll pass on to Douglas to speak to the report.
Thank you, sir. Douglas.
Thanks, Provost, and as with Kenneth, I think I would want to just record my thanks to Leslie for the work that she's put in supporting this report that's in front of you today. There has been very intense period of work over the course of the summer to get us to this point, and it has been a long journey. I probably can point to stages of this journey that go back beyond the timescale that the Chief Executive has noted there. It's been a long process to get to this, but we do feel that we need to move forward, and hopefully the report as set out today gives a basis for achieving that. So in terms of the content of the report, it's quite a substantive piece of work that addresses a number of the work streams that were asked to be examined by the Council at its meeting in June, and we're therefore asking that the Council notes the progress of the work pertaining to the design of the 2 requested options, progress on site acquisition, the outcomes of the parking and access review that has been undertaken, work undertaken to review the Arts Centre business case. So a carbon assessment, I think a major feature of the discussion in June was about the concerns over the carbon cost of a facility, and therefore that work has been undertaken. And also we've further reviewed the impact for town centre regeneration. We are suggesting that a separate report be brought forward to the Executive in relation to compulsory purchase. That's something that we think is necessary in order to assemble the preferred site. We are suggesting, as Chief Executive has mentioned, the selection of option B as a preferred option to move forward, and that if agreed, we would provide further update reports to the Council. We give a background on the report about the decision that was taken in June and identifying the various elements of work that were to be undertaken. And we narrate the various elements and outcomes of that work. Specifically in relation to the site and space requirements, we appointed a technical team led by MLA architects and the specialist theatre advisors, Charcoal Blue, to support this work. They've contributed to the previous rounds of work, and a report summarising the exercise that they've undertaken is attached as Appendix 1 to the report, and that gives details of the sketch options and floor plates, etc., that would be supplied for each of the options. Option A being the provision of a standalone office, 200 desks with supporting accommodation based at the municipal building site, and a theatre and arts complex based on the Coburn Street site. And there is the option B, which is the proposal that was put in front of members back in June to have a consolidated office and arts centre facility. What we have recognised is that if we proceed with option A and the standalone office on municipal buildings, we would look to acquire West Bank health facility from the NHS. We have provisions agreed to proceed with that, and if it is agreed from today, then we would exercise that immediately. We also recognise that in regard to the option A, if proceeding with the Arts Centre alone on the Coburn Street site, there would be a residual amount of that site remaining, and we would need to come up with a regeneration scheme for completion of the regeneration of that site. So there is a portion that would be needed as a site compound, but in time would need to be improved. We've conducted a capital cost review. We've had attention to the cost inflation that has been affecting a number of parts of the construction sector, and taken advice from the RICS Building Cost Construction Cost Index. We're allowing a 6% increase on the costs as previously reported. We've also had regard to the climate change targets and concerns from the Council about the climate emergency, and therefore have included a 15% uplift for what's termed Fabric First measures, which would limit the level of carbon emissions from the facility. So the cost elements are summarised in section 4.9, and it suggests that in option A, the net cost to the Council would be £58.8 million, and in option B, £45.4 million. We give an update on the acquisition strategy and the approach to compulsory purchase. Perhaps not surprisingly, those interests that we contacted have not sought to pursue the acquisition at this point in time. They have all been contacted, all tenants, owners, occupiers of the premises on the High Street, Coburn Street site. But as none are looking to proceed, we suggest that we should proceed to promote a CPO to acquire these interests and consolidate the site for delivery of the project. We do note at paragraph 4.14 that if we were proceeding with option A, there would be a reduced site available for redevelopment and disposal, and therefore the capital receipt would be reduced. There's been a full parking assessment undertaken. Our term consultant WSP were appointed to prepare a report, and again that's attached to the report, and it summarises the approach that would be necessary to meet the travel requirements of the new facility, including both options. And it suggests that in terms of particularly of the Council's declaration of a climate emergency and its consequent effects for its travel policies, it would make sense to promote active travel as far as possible with the provision of the new facility and modal shift to more sustainable forms of transport. A delivery of buildings on the municipal building site, it would probably be at odds with that, and there's details of that narrated in the technical report. What it does highlight is that a study was undertaken in 2019 of the levels of occupancy in car parks in the town centre at peak times, and they were found to be less than 3/4 full. So on that basis, it is estimated that there is sufficient parking in the town centre to meet the needs of a new facility, and that by proceeding on that basis, the council's requirements in the new facility could be met. We have made contact with the owners of Calendar Square and Howgate, and they have noted that if there are specific requirements for parking, they could be considered and agreements entered into for provision of parking that we may require. All of that would need to be captured in the submission that would be made for a planning approval, and a green travel plan would explain the approach to parking and access that would be necessary. So the study makes a number of recommendations, particularly highlighting the opportunity that the town centre, locating the proposed HQ in the town centre, would offer in generating town centre footfall, that a car-free development could be possible if adopting the existing measures in place and encouraging modal shift, and giving greater emphasis to the council's travel hierarchy. And it does suggest that further staff surveys be undertaken. We've updated the work on the Arts Centre business case, and there's an explanation there of the work that staff at Community Trust have undertaken over the summer to engage further with stakeholders, particularly users of the Falkirk Town Hall, of the libraries, and various groups within the Falkirk Art Network and town centre businesses. And a response of 878 was given to the survey that was undertaken. Very positive response in recognising the value in having this facility. I would say that this is intended to verify the merits of proceeding with this project, and that it would indeed be used by the intended users of that facility. It is an encouraging endorsement from them of the value of proceeding with this provision. We have updated the business case, and that has confirmed, I think, particularly recognising the effects arising from COVID-19 that has obviously had some impact on the arts sector. The consultants who prepared the initial business case have been reviewing what's been happening with the arts sector arising from COVID, and are certainly positive about its resurgence once lockdown measures are eased and communities are looking to engage more regularly with the arts sector. And therefore they see that there is a potential to grow admissions from an initial 79,000 to 165,000 a year, and for the income to increase from £500,000 a year to 1.9 million annually. And they do point to some additional steps that we can undertake to promote the merits of an arts centre coming forward, to engage further with the arts community, and to make sure that the regeneration benefits of the facility are maximised. As mentioned, a concern in June was from members was a concern over the anticipated carbon emissions from a new facility. Clearly, it will be beneficial to the council in moving away from the municipal buildings complex, which is one of the largest carbon emitting buildings in our estate. But we are concerned to make sure that the options are clear in terms of their carbon effects. And we worked with a company, Mott MacDonald, who have been doing work with us on our local heat and energy efficiency strategy, and with the team at Scottish Futures Trust, who specialise in energy efficiency programmes and have been working on a net zero standard for public buildings. We've been working with them in the course of preparing this particular project. They've been giving advice to us, and it was helpful that they supplied the report that's again attached as an appendix. And what that reinforces is that if we proceed with the two building option, with option A, then it's anticipated that there would be an increase in the amounts of CO2 that would be emitted in comparison with a single building. Probably not surprising that that's the case, but the estimate would be that that would be of the order of 950 tonnes over the lifetime of the building. So again, that suggests that the option B is a better carbon solution that would meet the council's climate change objectives. In regeneration terms, again, we've reviewed the situation. There's been quite detailed information given at the previous meeting. There's further details in the MLA report that is attached. But additionally, our planning team have been doing an update to the town centre health check and a survey of the vacancy rates within the town centre. And importantly, highlighting with this year's current figures that the vacancy in floor space has increased overall from 20.2% in 2019 to 25.8% in 2021. And I think most concerning there is its impact in the primary retail area. So that's the High Street, the Howgate and Calendar Square. That's the principal focus for retailing activity in the town centre. And the vacancy rate there has increased from 33% to 40.8% in 2021. What I should advise members, and it is information that's come forward since issuing this report, is that we have heard from the agents who are managing the Marks and Spencer's property that lies vacant on the High Street. We have been advised that the interest that had been expressed for the use of Marks and Spencer's property has stepped away, and there's no longer an active interest in the use of the Marks and Spencer's building. We are familiar with the terms that were being offered for that building. We have looked previously at the options for delivery of this project using those premises, and we can understand just that some of the concerns that the developers would have in looking to progress that project. It's a big, complex building, not big enough to accommodate our needs, but certainly would be a challenge for anyone taking it on. So that is an uncertainty over the future for that property, and adds to the concern over the vacancy rates on the High Street. What we recognise is that in regeneration terms, splitting the delivery of the accommodation over two sites would dilute the effect for the High Street. We think that there's a much more consolidated impact in regeneration by building a single solution with the mix of uses that's proposed that maximises footfall and also allows a coherent regeneration scheme to come forward on the municipal building site. So for that reason, as I've explained previously, we do recommend the second option, option B. So in section H of the report, we give an appraisal of the site options summarising the cost and the implications in regard to the various work streams that have been highlighted. And in summary terms, we reinforce the point that as a consequence of that overall assessment, we recommend that the council should proceed with option B, with a consolidated scheme on the High Street Coburn Street site, and if agreed, we would progress a work programme involving the phased demolition of the municipal buildings. We would seek approval at October 19th executive for a compulsory purchase order to enable acquisition of the High Street Coburn Street site, continue negotiations with the affected parties at that location, and we would also initiate further design and works with the design team to work further on the next stage of the design, and we would look to commence stakeholder consultation on the format of the new building and how that will meet their needs. We would also confirm the carbon expectations of that new project, particularly with the ambition of getting to net zero, and we would review the capital costs to make sure that it is contained as close as possible within budget. In relation to consultation, I would highlight the contribution that the Council of the Future Special Board has made. We've had regular meetings of that group over the course of this work that's been undertaken. We've also conducted the survey of the Arts Centre, as I've explained, quite a good and positive response to that. And there is a separate report that we'll come on to in regard to the community empowerment consultation on the common good at municipal buildings, which again gives a positive response in the use of that site for redevelopment. In terms of the implications, we note the 45 million that is contained within the budget and the capital costs that are noted for each of the options that are presented. And also we highlight the scope to access external funds to enable the project to proceed. And there has been a submission made for investment zone funding of £6 million to support the delivery of the new facility. We are awaiting the decision of UK and Scottish Government on the award of those funds. We did agree to allocate the place-based investment funds that have come from Scottish Government towards the acquisition process, and that these funds are still available in this year. We do anticipate, we have suggested option B would cost 45.4 million. That's on the costings that have been undertaken to date. What we do recognise is that there is some underspend on the provision of the central hub facility at the Falkirk Library, and that could be considered as a contribution to enable the project to be brought within the 45 million budget. We highlight the resource implications, obviously the resources within the council and external advisors that we've used to get to this point, including the external legal advisors that we would retain in order to proceed with the CPO, etc. We highlight the risk concerns, and I think probably to reiterate the comments made by the Chief Executive at the start, just the risk of not proceeding positively from today's meeting. We do reinforce the concern about the plight of the town centre, and I think that the latest statistics do reinforce that concern, and that if something positive isn't taken forward for the town centre very soon, then it will decline even further and could present a significant additional cost to the council were it to be forced to take action. We have noted there are contingency costs allowed for in the scheme, and therefore we do look to take it forward. We do highlight also the risks that if we were not to proceed, then the costs incurred in the work that's been undertaken to date on this phase of work. I mean, clearly there has been previous costs incurred in developing this project, but in this phase of work that's taken to get to this point today, we estimate around £500,000 has been expended, and if not proceeding, then that would have to be met from the revenue budget. So in conclusion, we consider that the project is a key priority for the council. It is a key element of our economic recovery plan, our town centre action plan, of the council's own plan, and therefore we see it as integral to all of these works to proceed and would offer significant benefits to the town centre and the wider Falkirk area. And so on the strength of all of the work that's been undertaken over these past months, and as explained in the report, we do recommend that we should proceed with option B and deliver the new HQ and Arts Centre on the High Street, Coburn Street site. Again, happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr Duff, for that very fulsome report. I'll go straight to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Meiklejohn. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. And I'm going to begin by just making comment on how unfortunate it is that the ex-councillor Pat Reid isn't with us today, because he was very well thought of during his time as Provost, and I'm sure you would agree, Provost, with that. That's no slight to yourself, but he was very well liked as a Provost, but as an elected member, having shared a ward with him, which at that time did include the town centre, we worked very well together, and I know how supportive he was of the regeneration of the town centre and very passionate about it. And it's just very unfortunate that he's not here today, as I'm sure he would have been very supportive of taking that particular project forward in order to deliver on it for the people of Falkirk and his constituents. But I do want to recognise the huge amount of work done by officers and their advisors on the various options and the implications and the design costs, parking, carbon, regeneration effects on the project, particularly over the summer months, which was a very intensive period of work for officers to be able to pull this report together. And it's a very hugely informative report, but very clear and very concise. And again, as Douglas and the Chief Exec has done, is a special mention for Leslie Malkin, the huge amount of work that she's done in this. And I know that she cares very passionately about this project, as do I, and as I can see the benefits that it will deliver as we move forward. Very comprehensive piece of work, and I hope that members will appreciate that officers have brought this forward with the best interests of the whole district in mind. The report has very, very clear conclusions, and if we disregard that, it will have a huge implication, not just for the town centre, but the ripple effect will touch all the communities throughout the district and beyond. I feel I'm a bit of deja vu because I'm saying an awful lot of what I said before, but it's certainly what I believe to be true. This is a critically pivotal moment in time for our communities. We find ourselves yet again poised at a moment when we can move forward, enabling our communities to thrive as they emerge from lockdown and the wider impacts of COVID. But they're getting tired and disillusioned by the lack of action, clear direction and decision making by the council, which will result in a lack of trust and confidence. And then there's the reputational risk with funders, investors and governments going forward. We can see from the papers and the updated health check on the town centre in 4.27 the impact that there's increased retail floor space in the town centre. Figures quoted demonstrate the plight of our town centre. Over 40% of the floor space in Falkirk High Street, Howgate and Calendar Square is now lying vacant. How long is it going to be before that gets boarded up? It starts to tip into disrepair and cause a blight in the very heart of our town. We've heard from businesses pleading with us to take the right decision and allow the town centre to be renewed and regenerated. And believe me, if we don't take action soon, then they will. As previously stated, we're at tipping point. Choosing to move forward to demonstrate the vision, ambition, and get a grip of the challenges we face, or do we fall further, causing uncertainty, division, decline, from which we will really struggle to recover? We have to move forward, and the best way forward for the council and its communities is to proceed with a single HQ and Arts Centre facility on the High Street and Coburn Street site. It's the least costs of the options agreed by the council in June. It has the potential to tap into other grants as the project progresses to support the town centre regeneration. Costs are very important, and we see the comparison between the two costs. The option A is within budget that was set by this council. Option A takes us well beyond that, and we know that there's pressures on our capital project programme. Option B can be served adequately by parking and access terms, meets the needs of the local arts community, emits the lowest amount of carbon and offers the maximum value and regeneration. We've looked at the options, looked at them in depth at what might do at the municipal building site. The sizes, the configurations, Calendar Square, the bus station, Marks and Spencer's, the Howgate, Meeks Road, Melville Street, and now at the High Street and Coburn Street, where we can see what we can achieve as a type of facility that will benefit the needs of our communities. A vibrant new gathering space, place-based, reflective of our ambitions and intent to move forward and serving the needs for at least the next 50 years. In taking a decision with a clear commitment, the combined building in the High Street at the West End will be able to help stem the decline and start to put in place plans to revitalise the area through our town centre master plan. It will maximise the potential footfall, and it will help support both the day and the nighttime economy. Papers before us, and indeed the previous iterations, are packed with evidence telling us that option B will give us the best outcome with the biggest impact on our town centre regeneration. Financials clearly show that a single combined building is the most cost effective to build and to operate, and the aspiration to become net zero is able to be achieved. It will give us the greatest impact as it will regenerate 2 sites, enable us to co-locate, and the vibrancy that will act both as a catalyst and a stimulus for the other site developments within the town centre. Option A will not deliver on the intended outcomes, and it's clearly more costly at 14 million. It will blight 2 sites then that will not be able to achieve the maximum outcome of the High Street site and the municipal buildings. The cost of not doing the combined building is, however, significantly much greater and one that could be far more costly. If we don't take a final decision today, our town centre will pitch backwards into further decline. More people losing jobs, businesses declining, tourists passing us by. Colleagues, it's in our hands, and the people of Falkirk are looking to us for clear, decisive, and I do say decisive, leadership on this, collective leadership. Anything else is just plain politics. We've seen the pledges from each of the political candidates in the forthcoming Falkirk South by-election that regeneration of our town is a priority. Let's see if they have the support of their political party colleagues in delivering that today. I move the recommendations in the paper, Provost. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Have you got a seconder? Have we got a seconder? Is it Councillor Alexander?
Councillor Alexander's back in.
Apologies, I was muted. The formally second the motion and reserve the right to come back at a later date in a later time in the debate.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go straight to Councillor Bissett and ask him if he has an amendment to the motion. Councillor Bissett? Councillor Bissett, have you an amendment at this stage? Give me a lost.
Can you hear me, Provost?
Can hear you now, yep. Have you got an amendment, Councillor Bissett?
I think I've lost the connection. Hello?
Hello? We can see you now. Can you hear us okay, Councillor
Hello,
Bissett?
can you hear me, Provost?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We've got a technical hitch here, Provost, but we're going to attend to it.
Can you hear me, Provost?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. Have you got an amendment, sir?
Yes, I've got an amendment, Provost. And
Okay.
I've got something to say as well.
Okay, then you want to move the amendment and say.
Okay, I'll say something first, then I'll move the amendment.
Okay, fine.
Provost, I want to thank all of the officers who have been involved in the HQ project, particularly Leslie Malkin. I know she's put a tremendous effort into it to get this to this stage. We do appreciate their efforts to get this project to the stage, and I do understand the stress and tension around this. Hopefully today we can make progress. The Labour group did not agree to build an HQ and an arts centre on the Coburn Street site and opted for a compromise of an HQ on the current site. As the decoupling costs brought forward are very high, we don't agree to build both buildings on the Coburn Street site, and given financial constraints, which I'll discuss in a moment, we are bringing forward another option. Touching on finance, I recall at the recent meeting of the Member Budget Working Group, the very hard message from our excellent Chief Finance Officer, Mr. Smale, as to how challenging the Council's financial position is. I don't recall in all my experience as a councillor ever having received a financial briefing in such harsh terms. I know my fellow Labour members were also chastened by that briefing, and I would be very surprised if that did not extend to other political parties at that meeting. We still have uncertainty over the pay award, which could badly hit our reserves in the current year and increase our budget gap for next year's budget. Since then, we have had the UK Government announcement of a rise in national insurance that is very likely to further place pressures on the Council's fragile financial position. We also know all services are really struggling to identify acceptable budget savings options, and it gets harder every year. However, it seems as if unpalatable savings options will be coming forward this year, and there'll be tough choices. With that in mind, we as councillors have a civic duty to consider the best option for the people of Falkirk. We have seen an organic increase in high street businesses over the past year, and I'm sure footfall data will show an increased footfall, which is very welcome. And as for not helping the high street, I think the SNP proposals for a business gateway will kill the high street. Provost, if I owned a piece of land and I have already carried out inspections on it, and I wanted to build a new house, why on earth would I buy another piece of land not too far away with an old building on it and then have to pay to demolish the building? That is a ludicrous position the administration are proposing. I have yet to speak to anyone who believes that this is a good proposal. And I certainly don't agree that a building 150 yards from the high street will not have a similar impact as one in Coburn Street is purported to do. The impact of construction on the Coburn Street site would disable the high street. It's really the worst site in Falkirk. Construction on the current site will present no real difficulties for the area. And also regarding a roundabout that was suggested in the past, I recently met with council officers regarding the bus partnership fund, and the area to the front of the municipal building is an area being considered for road changes. The fund is 500 million, which we have to bid into, and it might take a couple of years, but it's certainly an option. We have seen SNP cuts to Falkirk Council of over 170 million over the past 11 years. This 170 million could have built 4 HQs and arts centres. And regarding our capital grant, it is more or less flat cash, so the funding will remain the same, but costs increase significantly. The same funding won't buy the council as much. In 2019-20, our capital grant was 13.059 million and 10.36 million in 21-22. That's a 20% cut. So it's not just our revenue, it's our capital that's being cut. So if we want to build, we have to borrow, and that borrowing affects revenue. So we need to try and limit our capital spend. At the moment, the public are unsure how and where to contact the council. In effect, we have a diaspora of council employees. We need to have a clear direction so the public know where to access front-facing council staff. Many of the council front-facing staff can return to a new HQ, and we will start to see some stability within the council for both the public and employees. The public were well used to the current site, and many often visited the much-loved town hall. The public need a decision, and a decision that is right for them, a decision that will bring regeneration to Falkirk. Provost, in the council report of 2016, section 4.5, it states, in terms of the preferred location for the project, the executive of the 17th of June considered a report which identified potential sites, i.e. municipal buildings, Meeks Road car park, Melville Street car park, land to the south of Falkirk Stadium, land at Falkirk Gateway and Abbotsford House. Members determined that the existing municipal building site was the preferred location for the development in the light of the town centre regeneration and other benefits arising. At no point is Coburn Street mentioned in any report I have read. and for obvious reasons. In the recent report, it stated the current site has easy access from the west, opportunity to create a gateway icon into the town. We own the current site and we have spent around £1 million on previously surveying the site. A new municipal office and civic accommodation would take in the footprint of West Bank. It could take in the footprint of West Bank, which will regenerate that area. A new HQ and civic accommodation building would be sited towards the front of the site. The civic accommodation can be used by the public in line with the Council of the Future entrepreneurial workstream. The civic accommodation in the old HQ was never fully utilised by the public. Building on the current site provides sight of an iconic HQ building as you enter from the west, a building that says Falkirk is open for business and that we are a modern, thriving place to be. At our last meeting, I raised concerns over far too much traffic if both buildings were built on the Coburn Street site. We will see increased levels of pollution and traffic congestion. And I'll remind you of a planning application for Tim Hortons in Stennismuir, where the SNP were opposed to it for reasons of increased pollution. Labour fully support the High Street. We have repeated that many, many times. We will be asking for a report on a new library and hub in the High Street for consideration at a future date. Our new proposal is made with the High Street and the public clearly in focus. Our aim as a council must be surely to bring about badly needed regeneration. Our proposals do that, and we will also support other town centres. It's good to see that the Foundry and Labour has been refurbished and council employees will be moving at the end of the year. That is indeed good progress, and we are beginning to move forward. This project adds to that progress for the council employees and the public and local businesses. The town hall in its current location is perfectly functional, and with an upgrade, particularly around energy efficiency and climate change, it can continue to be the well-loved place it has always been. A report on options will be brought forward. We simply cannot justify borrowing 45 million of capital at this point in time. Any reduction in borrowing will mean less taken from our revenue and more for frontline services, and that's our aim and our challenge. It costs 50,000 every year to borrow 1 million, so if we can reduce the cost by 15 to 20 million, that's 750,000 to 1 million we save every year for frontline services. If the Scottish Government better funded Falkirk Council in both revenue and capital, then we would be in a better position for capital projects and frontline services. Frontline services we see deteriorating daily to the point we are developing a do-it-yourself council, and that is certainly just not acceptable. So in summary, Provost, our proposal will provide transformation and regeneration and bring a new positive, vibrant outlook to Falkirk. We want to show Falkirk is open for business. And Provost, I said this the last time, but it's worth repeating. Our council forefathers in the late 50s thought the current site of the HQ was the right place to build, and these wise men got it right. I hope we can have consensus today and get this project finally moving for the people we serve. I'll now formally read and move Labour's amendment. In place of the motion, Council has asked 1, to note the contents of the report and the updated financial information provided. 2, in light of the Council's current financial position, to agree not to proceed with either option A or B. 3, agree to seek a further report from the Acting Director with updated costs and design options for the following. A, to build an HQ building, circa 200 workstations, incorporating civic accommodation on the current site as close to the front as possible, taking the footprint of West Bank. B, retain the Town Hall in its current form and look at partial upgrade, particularly around improving energy efficiency in the light of a need to tackle climate change. And C, at a date in the future, a library and a hub in the High Street, or a High Street site, and that the report should provide further information on funding sources that would be available to support each of the options to be addressed in the report. I formally move for the amendment, Provost, and reserve the right to come back in.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Have you got a seconder?
Second the amendment, the right to and reserve the right to come back in, Provost.
Okay, then I think it's an opportunity now to adjourn the meeting at this point.
Have a 19-1 before you do, Provost.
Provost,
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question as well.
Fine, okay. Thank you. Councillor Murtagh.
19-1. So this is from what I recall, the second time that Councillor Bissett has mentioned that the SNP on planning have objected to something on the basis of anything. I would like to remind everybody that the SNP do not object to anything or any group on planning. Planning is a quasi-judicial process, which Councillor Bissett, as a former member of the committee, should know. And ask him to withdraw his remark. It's the second time he's made it, and it's unacceptable.
Hear, hear.
I'll go back to Councillor Bissett on the views of Councillor Murtagh. Anything to say, Councillor Bissett?
Provost, I think I just stated a fact, to be honest with you.
Okay, so that's your response.
No, Provost, that is not true, and that's a real problem. The groups do not act on planning committee. There is no whip in groups, and groups do not act in that way. Councillor Bissett has stated twice that the SNP have objected to it. If he wants to say one of the SNP local members, he's welcome to do that, even although that's completely irrelevant. He needs to desist from making planning matters seem like they are party political, because that is damaging to the council overall.
Okay, we'll bring Mr. Moody in on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Yes, Provost, I think Councillor Murtagh is referring to the well-established principle that members on planning committees don't vote or participate on the basis of their party political affiliation. When each member is on the planning committee, they act as an individual councillor and not.
Provost, I'd just like to withdraw that comment.
To the party.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Bissett. Okay, then we're back to Councillor Gold, who was seconding the amendment. Councillor Goldie.
Provost, I think you seconded it with the right to come back in.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Provost, I did second it with the right to come
that's
back
fine.
in.
Okay, thank you for that. An opportunity now for a break.
Provost, I have some questions before.
Yes, indeed. Come in, Councillor Meikle-John.
It was just for clarification there, and I know we'll get the amendment in due course, but just for clarification, that Councillor Bissett's talking about 4 buildings.
Councillor Bissett, you want to answer that?
Provost, the amendment will be forthcoming. You can see everything in the amendment.
I'm not sure that that's going to be clear from the amendment, so perhaps you could maybe just clarify, because I think it's quite important that everybody hears that.
What we'll do is we'll display the amendment just now for everybody, then to clarify any point. Okay, you're going to do that now, Brian?
Provost, while that's been done, can we be told if there'll be a further amendment for the Conservative group?
You're on mute, Provost.
Yeah, we'll just get this amendment up first, Councillor Alexander, and that question will be asked.
Provost, just to assist, we can only discuss the motion and the amendment before we go into anything else.
No, asking for a copy of any motion or amendment.
No,
Just asking if there'll be one forthcoming.
Fine. I would be asking that question anyway. Thank you.
Provost, the amendment doesn't actually clarify what I'm seeking, because what was said was that there would be a hub, a library, etc. at a future date. So again, can I ask, is it 4 buildings?
Councillor Bissett, maybe you could clarify that situation. Thank you.
Provost, just to clarify, it's 2 buildings.
Okay.
What about the library in High Street?
Okay.
That's one of the buildings.
Headquarters. Yeah.
Library and hub.
Excuse me, the question was asking, Councillor Bissett came back and says there are 2 buildings. That's it at the moment. We just want to clarify the situation now with Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, have you got a further amendment?
No, we have not.
Well, that's fine. That's it. Simple. Thank you. Now is an opportunity. I'll go to back to Councillor Meikle-John. How long do you think you would require as a break to discuss this amendment.
To be perfectly honest, Provost, I think we don't really require a break.
You don't require a break. Okay, I'll go back to the Conservative group then. Councillor Kerr, do you require a break to discuss the amendment?
Yes, Provost. Because
So how long would you like?
So
How long would you like?
15 minutes.
15 minutes, that's fine. That's 12:07. We'll be back here and
Provost, Councillor Nimmell's got his hand up.
Provost, it's just a question. Obviously, I'm conscious that you want to take a break. Can I just ask a quick question?
Yep.
Just Douglas, you alluded to the fact that Marks and Spencer's, the site, the purchase or the development has fell through. I've just had another look through the report. I can't see any details relating to this in the actual report, because I would have thought that would have had to have been factored into any plans that were getting taken forward.
Okay. Douglas, if you want to respond.
Happy to do that through you, Provost. The option of proceeding at Marks and Spencer's was considered in the report that we gave in June, and we discounted that partly on the grounds that we knew that there was an interest that had been expressed to them, but we had looked seriously at the proposition in any case, so we'd looked at the possibility of our development taking place there, and also doing that alongside the relationship with the Howgate and the Coburn Street site. So we have looked at it quite extensively, and we discounted it in that June report as not being suitable for us to test further in detail with a view to the report that came forward. And we've not given further details of it in this report because clearly it had been discounted. We understood there was that interest, but we did get notice of that interest now moving away from Marks and Spencer's, and wanted to make sure that members were appraised of that implication. What I would say is that, as I've mentioned, we've looked at it. We don't think that it's pertinent to the delivery of this scheme. We've looked at the possibilities and feel that the Coburn Street site is a better site for our needs. But it is important in that, as mentioned, the 40% vacancy on the high street that we have currently includes Marks and Spencer's. We might have expected that might reduce if somebody took it. That's not happening. Private sector interest has moved away. Marks and Spencer's will lie vacant for a considerable period of time yet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll have a break. We'll return it. It's 10. Hello? Who's speaking? Put your hand up. Nobody?
Councillor Ritchie.
Right, Councillor Ritchie. Right, Councillor Ritchie, Deputy Provost.
I would like to ask again, right, how many buildings is there going to be? Because Councillor Bissett has said 2, but when he was speaking about it, it's like it is 4. I would like to know what he is actually saying before I go out. So,
right, okay.
I might have to say.
Okay, that's a good point. Councillor Bissett, we'll bring you back in just for a minute for clarification. Is he there?
Councillor Bissett's indisposed at the minute. He's away to the toilet, I hate to say.
Well, if we just hold a minute till he comes back then, because we'll get this clarified. That's a good point for the Deputy Provost, because before she goes out and discusses it, she just wants to clarify the position. We'll ask Councillor Bissett to clarify it.
I'll go and chat with her and tell him to hurry up.
Perhaps the seconder would know.
Well, you're asking the councillor that's moved it, so we'll get him back and we'll clarify it before you go out. Thank you.
Provost, I would have thought it was quite simple. The motion is the.
Well, excuse me, Councillor Nimmo, we'll not make it any more difficult than it is. We've got a question to be asked to the man that brought forward the amendment, and we'll get him to clarify it, and then it's clear as day. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost.
Councillor Bissett?
You're going to have to ask him the question. He wasn't here.
Yeah, hold on. Well, I think I can understand that, Councillor Bowes.
Provost, I
Councillor
thought we were taking a, I thought we were taking a 10-minute break.
Yeah, but there's been a question asked by the Deputy Provost, which is very relevant, that she's still unsure about how many buildings. So if you could just maybe clarify it one more time, how many buildings are you talking about here? Okay. You're mute. Yeah.
Sorry, Provost, I keep going mute and off mute.
No, no problem.
There'll be a new municipal buildings, and then there'll be a library and a hub in the high street. 2 buildings.
2 buildings. That's fine. Okay then. Well, she is back here at 12:30. Thank you very much.
No, yeah. Yeah, yeah, same as Jeff.
There's going to be a new building.
Agreed. Yeah, we've known that. And then there'll be lunch break, James. When I have to come in, you don't need it.
We'll just give everybody another couple of minutes. Thank you. Councillor Kerr back yet?
Yes, Provost.
Thank you. I'll come. Thank you, everybody. We're reconvening now just to see where we are. We had a motion moved and seconded in terms of the recommendation. We have an amendment by Councillor Bissett, seconded by Councillor Goldie, that's correct. And then we had a break to allow the amendment to be discussed by the Conservative group. So I'll go right back to Conservative group leader if he's got anything to say in relation to the break. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. We understand it's a topic that the Full of Falkirk will be looking out for, and it's important that we get the right answer to how we take this forward. With regards to, we have, as a group, we have reservations regarding the finances for the options, and the financial position that we're in at the moment, where we've got a gap of 18 million, and all depends with the pay award, it could go up to 23 million. If we ask people in my ward what they would like, a new arts centre, a new headquarters, or what's more important for them is the play parks in their area, safety signs, roads, community facilities. I know what they would say, and I understand with regards to the regeneration of our town centre and High Street, because there will be people who live in my ward that work in these areas, and understand that, Provost. We have looked at the options that's been put forward, and we understand that sitting in your hands isn't an option that we want to take. So once the debate has been taken, Provost, our members will make their decision. Thank you very much, Provost.
Okay, thanks for your clarity over that. Before we go into the debate, I'm going to go back to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Meiklejohn, who I believe has got some questions. Councillor Meiklejohn.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions that I would quite like. I don't know whether it'll be Douglas or Leslie's best, but whoever can decide when I ask the questions, because I'm aware of the work that was done previously that looked at the refurbishment of the municipal buildings, and that wasn't going to be cost effective then, because it wasn't going to give us that carbon neutral ability. Also, the cost of the rebuild was going to be more expensive, and indeed the longevity of the building was compromised. Therefore, it wasn't best value, and it was disregarded then, and it was disregarded by the Labour group at the time, just under best value. So I was just wondering if Leslie or Douglas could talk a wee bit about the refurbishment aspects. And the other thing I wanted to ask is, it talked about procuring an advice hub in the High Street, and I know that we tried to do something along those lines already, and just how difficult it actually was, and just about the overall costs. And I've got another question, but I'll maybe deal with that first, and then I'll come back on the other question, if that's okay, Provost, because it's not, is that on that lines, it's slightly different.
Okay, that's fine. Is it Douglas, you going to come in on this?
Thanks, Provost. I'll come in initially and then suggest Leslie comes in with clarification of some of the detail of these proposals. But yeah, in relation to the refurbishment of the town hall, it is something we've looked at previously. And I think fundamentally the recommendations coming from both the trust as operators and the technical advisors who have experience of theatre and arts facilities elsewhere is that the format of the town hall doesn't suit modern day arts practice, and there are constraints with the provision of accommodation, size of the stage, etc., that would not meet modern demands. In particular, would have constraints in income generation from the productions that could be attracted. So that would be a fundamental failing of a refurbished facility, and would mean that whilst expenditure might be made to refurbish the building in time, it would prove to be not to be cost effective. There's also concerns about the level of upgrade that's possible given the constraints of the connections between the town hall and the municipal buildings complex, and the need for upgrade there. And I know Leslie spent a considerable amount of time looking at the means of providing services and so on to the town hall, and that there would be additional costs involved in that. Similarly, we did look at, as Councillor Meiklejohn's alluded to, the prospects of relocation of the one-stop shop to create the advice hub in the High Street, and it was quite significant in cost to acquire and then fit out a building, and again that would probably be for a limited time period, or else it's extensive capital cost to build new. So there would be real constraints there, and in overall capital terms it would be difficult to estimate from the suggestions that are given in the amendment exactly what the basis of costing these schemes would be. We can give some, probably clearer estimates in terms of a new build 200 desk with civic accommodation. Uncertainty as to the refurbishment cost because of that constraint I've mentioned, and also unclear what the library and hub would look like in order to estimate what the capital costs would be there. But it's still going to be significant in capital costs to deliver that range of accommodation. Leslie, you may want to come in more on the cost of refurbishment at the town hall and that point about the advice hub in the High Street.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. We looked at the refurb of the municipal buildings, not the municipal, the Falkirk Town Hall, but we did that back in 2017, and that was only on a repairs basis. And even at that point, what it was saying is it was £3 to £4 million just to do the repairs. As Douglas alluded to, that doesn't give you any advancement, and the information that we've had from the trust and the theatre consultants and the theatre designers is that, you know, the town hall is not of a, it's an obsolete building. It soon will not be able to support pantomime and other things. Your stage isn't big enough. And that cost that we looked at in 2017 didn't look at the actual repair element to the services, the floodlights, all the lighting, the gantries, everything in the back of the town hall. So it's potentially quite huge costs just to keep and refurbish the town hall. To take it to the next issue in terms of energy efficiency, I'm just not even sure it can be done. Anything is possible, but can it be done on a cost-effective basis? And as Douglas again alluded to, as we've started to look at how you demolish the municipal buildings and you separate out the service block between the municipal buildings and the town hall, we're seeing it as more and more problematic. So I think, as Douglas has said, there is likely to be a big cost associated with refurbishing the Falkirk Town Hall, and I think that is why we have had discussions previously on options for this, that it had been ruled out and we were looking to move forward with a replacement. As everybody is aware, and the same as if people have mentioned, if you're doing something on your house or doing it up, if you go into an old 1960s buildings, you just don't know what you're going to find when you go in to refurbish that. And so I would suggest that there needs to be a degree of caution and potentially a very big budget put forward if you're going to look at the town hall as a refurb. In terms of the advice hub, we did look at options. Members will recall that when we were looking at replacing the central hub and coming out of Calendar Square. Premises in the High Street, there's nothing fit specifically. The motion is now asking for a hub and a library, I'm thinking conjoined. The issue is we've kind of moved on a bit from that because we see there are synergies that if you had an arts centre or a new town hall or whatever, you can see synergies between the use of various spaces, the studio spaces. So again, we would need to look and understand what the aspiration is for this advice hub building. But you know, there is no building just in the high street waiting for us to come along and refurbish it quickly. The last time we looked at it, and we were into over £1 million for the hub alone. So I think the other thing we have to accept is times have moved on. People are looking for services being delivered differently, and that is what we're trying to do with the options we've put forward. So there would be quite a lot of work to go back and look at the options that have been put forward in the motion.
Thank you very much. Back to Councillor Meikle-John. Did you have any more questions then before we move into the debate?
Yes, I did have questions. I just wanted to get Officer Steer about where we are. If this proposal or this amendment is agreed, are we starting from ground zero? Is all the work that's been done up till now basically wouldn't have to be disregarded and we start again? Therefore, it will take a number of years to get to the point where we can actually start to take things forward.
Douglas, I think that'll be yours.
It would certainly take a long time to get these various options concluded and the work undertaken on them. Some of that work has been undertaken, but probably limited. I think Leslie would blanch at the scale of work that would be involved to get these underway. I don't know, Leslie, you'll have your own thoughts on that.
Yeah, the office element is obviously easier because we have looked at an office before, but understanding what's to be required for the refurb and understanding what the format of any hub library, I think you're at least 6 months to do yet further appraisals on that.
Okay, any more questions, Councillor Meikle-John?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, and this is probably from Douglas's perspective, is the impact of doing nothing for another 6 months, a year, not making progress, what's the impact of that going to be on our town centre and potentially other avenues such as our growth deal, etc.
Again, through you, Provost, more uncertainty, more delay is going to cause real concern for the town centre businesses. We've heard at the June meeting just how perilous the circumstances are for those businesses, and that many are looking towards the council's decision as to make their own decisions as to whether they sustain their business on the high street or whether they literally shut up shop. And so, you know, there is a real concern that if we were to delay further, then that could cause some of these businesses to walk away, and that prospects for redevelopment, as we've heard with Marks and Spencer's, that interest has waned. We would expect that any other interests looking to proceed with schemes on the town centre would choose not to, in order that they can understand better what the council is going to bring forward. We have said repeatedly with this that the council's lack of decision on this is causing uncertainty. The market hates uncertainty. It likes some solid understanding of how to move forward. And the risk here is that we end up with businesses closing, increased vacancy, and the properties on the high street really failing quite considerably. There's also risk, Provost, in relation to the attraction of the external funds, and UK and Scottish Government keen to understand now how readily we are able to proceed on the Arts Centre facility and to make that £6 million contribution from the growth deal. We're looking to conclude on the heads of terms for that, hopefully before Christmas. And if there is an uncertainty over the proposal that we're looking to take forward, then that would cause difficulty in getting the heads of terms agreed. I think importantly in this, I would have no confidence whatsoever in the proposals that are put forward in being able to attract the growth deal monies, the £6 million towards retention of a refurbished town hall. That's not matching with the UK government's policy or on Scottish government's policy on town centre regeneration and on recognising the value of cultural assets in promoting that regeneration.
Thank you, Mr. Duff.
I've got one final question, I think, for the Chief Executive, and then I'll let others come in. It's just Kenneth, I just wondered if you wanted to say something about the potential reputational risk, particularly with government and funders.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Provost. I mean, Douglas alluded to the investment zone discussions, and these are at a sensitive stage because we're trying to get them over the line as soon as we can, and we've been working closely with the UK and Scottish governments to, I suppose, convince them about the coherence and the credibility of what we're putting forward in Falkirk, and of course, what they're expecting to see is something that aligns with our own stated priorities in terms of the investment zone and other aspects of investment around about Falkirk. So, I mean, there's two aspects to it. One is about getting the investment zone over the line, the trust, the confidence to do that, and the sense that the council is on the ball in terms of what it needs to do. And then the second one, I guess, is implications for future funding. I suppose that more obviously relates in this context to UK government rather than Scottish government in terms of the Levelling Up Fund and ultimately the Shared Prosperity Fund. So we're in the first priority group for the Levelling Up Fund. We've made a bid in relation to that. We have another one which we've identified through the executive as being our second choice bid. And I think if we're going to maximise our opportunity to get that kind of investment from the UK government, either through the growth deal or these other funds, then they would want to see that we're putting forward projects in line with our priority. We've got a clear sense of what we're trying to deliver. We've got an intention to do that with a degree of pace. And so if we fail to do that, then there is a clear implication in terms of that broader relationship.
Okay, then, thank you very much for that. We're now going to go into debate, just to let you know that there's an opportunity for everybody here. Pardon?
Sorry, it's okay, Provost. I had my hand up, but it was just it was coming in external funding. But Douglas Duff and Kenneth has both touched on that and then covered it well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Garner. Okay, then there's an opportunity now before we go in to debate, just to say I apologise if you're looking at me. You see, they've got a heavy coat on, but I've got to wear it because it's absolutely freezing in this place. So apologises for that. Now we have. I'm going to go straight to Councillor Alexander, who seconded the motion but reserved the right to come back in, and then I'll go to Councillor Goldie, who seconded the amendment. Councillor Monroe, we'll get you later. Going back straight to Councillor Alexander. Councillor Alexander, I think you're on mute.
So I'm quite happy to wait, Provost. And
No, we're quite happy to let you in at this stage.
No, I'm quite happy to wait.
Okay, then, Councillor Goldie. You're on mute, Councillor Goldie.
Yes, I think I don't do it very often, but I think I'll agree with Mr. Alexander and I'll wait until I hear the debate, Provost.
Okay,
thank you.
That's
Thank
fair
you very
enough.
much.
I'm just giving you the respect that both of you are due. Okay, Councillor Monroe, you had your hand up first. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I think we all want the best for our high street. And here we are talking about the high street because the retail park is a very successful element of Falkirk's retail, and the two are quite distinct. Our shops are having a hard time across the whole district, though, and officers are painting a very bleak picture of our high street. Yet during lockdown, over 40 new businesses started up. We have more cafes and outdoor spaces for people coming to the high street. And the BID survey, that when people were asked about why they came to the high street, they said the principal reasons were around cafes and coffee and meeting friends. And only 3% mentioned things like the theatre. It was almost the bottom item. So if we focus on the facts here, in 2017, the SNP pulled the plug on a much cheaper solution, calling it a vanity project. A new HQ arts facility is also not in our corporate plan, which is all about communities, enterprise, and innovation. If you look back, the suggestion of a move to the former call centre building as a temporary measure appeared in lockdown. So as councillors, we hadn't actually been engaged in that. The 2019 project had clear goals, a new office with 500 staff to help the town centre footfall and bring everyone together to get rid of the silo working of every department in a separate building. Today, the town centre is very clearly the retail park, and it's thriving because it provides a huge variety of shops, restaurants, cinema, and 2,500 free car parking spaces. The high street, the railway station, and retail park are not actually very well linked. So we ought to be asking other questions. Why do tourists fail to find their way into Falkirk town centre? Why are there over 5 million people who visit the Kelpies or the Wheel who don't find our high street and our shopping? Is it because it's not easy to access, because there is this inner donut that precludes the car from getting into Falkirk High Street? In fact, the traffic survey in this report makes it clear that the plan is for a building with no car parking, a high street where the car is not welcome because The local transport strategy is to promote walking, cycling and public transport in the council area while minimising journeys made by car where possible. So there is a new goal for this complex which seeks to minimise the use of the car, yet the strategy to make the arts facility financially viable relies on a catchment area, we're told, of 1.2 million people across the central belt who would use this theatre. Are we proposing they would all walk? This is a contradiction in terms. Locating a new theatre arts centre at one end of the town doesn't solve any of the above problems. Most of the footfall would be in the evening. We own the current site, but we'll also have to compulsory purchase Coburn Street. This could
Apologies, Councillor Monroe. Could you wind up? We're trying to stick to the 4 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not convinced by absent experts who think there are easy solutions. If there were, we would not face this challenge across the whole country in terms of the shopping. In Falkirk, we have new footfall technology which tells us who is visiting and when. Why is this information missing from this report? Are we only being given data which points one way? For that reason, I support a more modest economic solution which will require less cash, but an approach which mirrors our corporate goals. We need to be more innovative, more enterprising, and remember, we serve all our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Before we go to Councillor Binney, I'll go back to Councillor Meiklejohn, who I believe has got a 19-1.
Yes, Provost. Comment made by Councillor Monroe there that the SNP pulled the project in 2017. The SNP were in opposition and were not a majority. It was a Labour-Tory coalition that made the final decision on that. So I think that's incorrect, and I wouldn't like members to be left in that position.
Okay, thanks for that information. It's Councillor Binney now, then Councillor McCluskey, and then we'll just take everybody. Remember, it's trying to keep everybody to 4 minutes because we know that so many people want to take part. Councillor Binney, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I'm not going to speak a lot in the detail because it's been spoken about before in many meetings and lots of reports, and we have a big report in front of us at the moment with all the information we need. But first I want to thank Mr Duff and Leslie Markham and the team for this very comprehensive report, once again on the Council Headquarters and Arts Centre. Again, a lot of public money has been used to bring another report to us today. It does actually feel like Groundhog Day again. We councillors, past and present, have been debating this for, I believe, 14 years. Maybe not the exact details, but 14 years is a very long time. My granddaughter was 1 then, and she's now at college now. And that is no disrespect to any previous administration, but we as councillors have a moral and civic responsibility now to decide on behalf of our communities. That is the business people, our investors, and our people in all areas of Falkirk Council. I totally understand it's a very important decision and we must give this due consideration, but the length of time and non-decision, quite frankly, is now ridiculous, and we are not doing ourselves any favours in the eyes of the community, our businesses in the town centre, and the future developers that's looking on at present if we don't decide today. Personally, looking at option Looking at option B, the provision of the HQ and Arts Centre together on the High Street, Coburn Street site, the detail is self-explanatory in the report. It satisfies all previous questions, places of nearby ample parking, recognises net zero carbon, where option B is the best choice in reducing and controlling CO2 emissions. Climate change is here right now. The Arts Centre stakeholder group said 80% would be in favour using this, And we also have a vision for others from out with Falkirk using a first-class facility. Also, the cost of option B is more fiscally prudent, where budgets in future are unknown at present. Falkirk's theatre will be multifunctional, used by the diversity of our people and their skills. The time is now. It's right now to give something back to our communities. Regeneration of Falkirk is long, long overdue. Coming through a pandemic, it would lift our communities up, knowing we were going to invest. Embedded in the town centre, it will create the football that our business community is crying out for. Yes, they're asking for that. And also the people in my ward, I speak to many on a day-to-day basis. They want something to happen to the high street. They want somewhere to go. They want to see a one place, a good place. Bring back Falkirk as the creme de la creme of Scottish towns, culturally, social and welcoming place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input there. It was dead on 4 minutes. We now go to Councillor McCluckie.
Thanks, convener. I'll talk for 4 minutes and then I'll ask questions after that. So the first thing I say is, obviously, I attended the panto last year. It was a great panto. Look forward to it this year. And I never seen one person come out of that panto that didn't think everything was well. I've never had one constituent mention to me that we need a new town hall, but we do need to refurbish it outside for obviously the carbon footprint. I've not had anybody saying that. I've not had anybody saying about we need a new office in the high street either. What folk talked about was the stupidity, the fact that you had to go to the library away in the middle of nowhere to go and get your bus pass, and you had to go down to Abbotsford House for a blue badge, and then we had hubs that you can't pay your rent in. That's what people talk about. So obviously Dundee, they've got a library in the middle of the town, and what happens is disabled groups and everything use that as a central hub. So that's what we're talking about, it's a hub up there and a library in the future once we looked at. We didn't know about Marks and Spencer's beforehand, as I says, but you're going into an empty building. Who's to say that can't be a part of that can't be the hub? But everything I've heard, Douglas Duff was the one that presented to us with the building. What a great place to build a new town hall and building down at the obviously where we are. And suddenly it's the worst place ever you can imagine. And then when we went to Larbour, obviously the new hospital, right? They had the same, maybe it was the same folk doing the parking survey, because they felt everybody was got to go with a bus and nobody would use their cars to go to the hospital. If you're urgent and you need to go there, you're going to jump in your car, right? And we end up having to put hundreds of extra car parks. We're going to come up with a town centre, and you're not going to somewhere to park. People's not going to cycle for White Cross 10 mile and 8 mile for Limerick. If they were prepared to go and do that, going another 100 years down to the town hall isn't making any difference to them. And then Douglas mentioned about, and ask a question about this, you mentioned a question that 2 buildings, it's mere carbon footprint. You never mentioned that when we were moving staff out to an empty building in Larbour, and we're moving staff down to an empty flare in Westfield, and we've got folk out of the Forum and all these other places. What we are talking about is putting them in one building, because they folk isn't regenerating the town centre and all the facilities. But where it is in the buildings, if we're putting one facility, it'd be one building down there for staff, and it would be helping the carbon footprint. And if you go into carbon footprint, the worst emission buildings are all the new schools. And we're going to be taking them back, because we'll need to take them back because we've no built on the other end. So we'll need to take them on board, but we'll need to do the same as what we'll do in the town hall, and make it fit for purpose, and stop losing all the heat. Consultations, the same with the arts people, they would use the facility. That's what they were asked. Of course, I consulted the people in Slamanan. The kids, what did they want? They wanted a swimming pool. £500,000 a year at one losses. There'd be more people standing at the back of it, because that's what they do at the community centre. They're inside it. You know what I mean? You're asking people to go and do something, right? They'll say aye. That's the result of it. would they use the new facility? Would they still use the one that's here? The same people will be going to the pantomime next month. I mean,
John,
that's
could you wind up? That's your 4 minutes, sir.
right.
Thank you.
That's it. But going to the questions, why is the parking suddenly no an issue, right? When we all know it's an issue, right? With the consultations, we got this consultant, and we always seem to get consultants, right? What does our roads people say about this? That's what our officers are for. That's what comes to the meeting. So why we not got our own road officers here talking?
Right, I've got a question. You've got a direct question.
That's a
We'll
direct
bring in
question.
Mr. Duff in relation to the parking issue. Thank you.
I suggest we bring in Mrs. Reid. Dot Reid is on the call and is responsibility for the road service, so I'm sure she'll be happy to respond on that point.
Thank you. Dot, you got a direct question to Councillor McCluckie in relation to the parking issue. You can maybe try and answer that. Thank you.
Okay, Provost. In relation to parking in the town centre, we know that our national policy on transport, our regional policy on transport, and our local policy on transport looks to climate change, and it looks to reducing carbon dioxide emissions from vehicle use. That policy directs us to the use of more active forms of travel, more sustainable forms of travel, such as walking and cycling, and a modal shift to bus use. I can tell you that a study of the car parking spaces in the town centre indicates that peripheral car parks aren't heavily used. I'm just checking you can still hear me.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so peripheral car parks. Thank you. Peripheral car parks aren't heavily used, and we also know that our more central car parks are only used to about 3/4 capacity. So we do know from the study that there is adequate car parking provision in the town centre without any requirement for dedicated car parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other direct questions?
Yes, I'll go back to Dot on what you said there. You talked about the change. I've never seen any of the change to people. People are still coming from Slamanan on the bus or driving down, right? That's just a fact. And I didn't see any change in it. So you've got to go and he's somewhere to park. I've got a disability badge. You want me to start using the bike?
John, excuse me, but if it's direct questions only at this time. What's your
Well,
direct question?
I'm asking a direct question. How is people like myself with blue badges got to get down if we can't drive down and we've no go here to park? That's a question.
Fine, thank you. Dot.
Provost, thank you. Councillor McCluckie, I hear your question. I think there are adequate parking spaces within Falkirk Town Centre. The study has indicated that. We also know that there are disabled badge holders designated spaces within Falkirk Town Centre at the moment, and these will remain close to the High Street in Vicar Street, for example.
Okay. Any more?
The other question is on the people with the bus. The bus doesn't go to Asda now, next to where we're talking about. The bus stops either at the old buildings or people's got to go to Vicar Street, and I'm inundated with complaints from my constituents complaining to me, and well, I'll eventually get a letter for Chris answering the question and about why they're not getting to park up the town, because they disabled people and elderly people are struggling to come up each of the hills.
Okay then, thank you. Dot, would you like to respond to that? It's a direct question in relation to what Councillor McCluckie maybe overlapped on there. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, in relation to bus services, clearly the HQ and Arts Centre would be a driver for modal shift and more use of public transport. And of course, we would need to look at that, to look at the services that do connect our towns and villages with Falkirk Town Centre. So that will be part of the work that is done here. Should there be agreement today on the location of the town centre, of the HQ and Arts Centre project?
Right, we'll tend not to agree on that convention. I'll leave it at that because the people have been stopping at Asda, my constituents. They're no longer allowed to.
Thanks for your input, Councillor McCluckie. Councillor Bowes, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I didn't think I was coming up that quickly. A couple of things. First of all, is thanking the officers for the report. I would also like to thank WSP, and I've given their full name, WSP Global, because they're a worldwide multinational company. Malt MacDonald, who are one of the most respected companies throughout the UK, and Michael Laird Associates, who I've dealt with a long time ago and in the past, who are one of the top architect and design practices again in Scotland. So they're not exactly just consultants who we've just picked off the street. The headquarters of the Arts Centre. So why are we looking at putting the Town Hall and Arts Centre on the Coburn Street site? The answer is quite simply as an outcome which assists with regenerating our high street by introducing footfall, reducing retail space and potential spend. Reducing retail space, and of course there is an additional potential spend which currently does not enter the high street from the current site, and it never will, which really is one of the things that really surprises me, that we're getting back to this again. 2018 we went over this, 2018 it was rejected. It was rejected on cost, but it was also rejected on the impact that it would have for the high street. We've looked at so many options on this, from refurbishment of existing buildings, offices for councillors and staff only, HQ and Arts Centre on the current site, both coupled and decoupled, 6 different potential sites, HQ and Arts Centre on Coburn Street and High Street, and the latest Arts Centre at Coburn Street and HQ at current site. I read with some interest, and truly some interest, the pamphlets recently proclaiming a dedication to regeneration of our high street. I truly hope that was not empty rhetoric, as a vibrant, active town centre will attract people and their money to our town. When they spend money, it will secure the jobs for the people that work in our town. And to be honest with you, there's quite a few of my constituents that already work on the high street, and this is just not helping them. The other thing is, and I think it was covered earlier on, that God forbid, it will actually has got the potential to create jobs in the high street. Where it is just rebuilding where it is just now changes nothing. We're presented today with yet another proposal from the Labour group, which will do absolutely nothing for the town centre, the businesses in the town centre, the jobs in the town centre. The outcome of this proposal will basically mean an office and a refurbished arts centre, which has been quite clearly ineffective in getting people to go into the high street. There is, and I'll ask a question at the end of this on footfall, if you don't mind, but that becomes important in this. So really, what are we going to get out of this if we go to this today? Not even just not a change. We're going to get a further decline in the high street, a loss of business in the high street, basically nothing spent on the high street except for possibly a hub. Loss of security of jobs for the people at Falkirk who work in the high street. No new jobs in the high street. In fact, businesses closing as a loss of jobs. Less footfall in the high street than where we are at present. It just says that the Labour group really do not care a jot about the people there and have completely given up in Falkirk High Street. Well, it looks like today, from what we're seeing, it is well and truly empty rhetoric from them. I was going to then go through, Provost, and you'll be happy to know I'm going to miss all the numbers and things like that. I hope we're going to...
Well, that's your 4 minutes. You've got a question to ask, and I think just a message to your good self and to everybody else. This is a major, one of the most major decisions that a council in Falkirk ever had to make. And we shouldn't belittle it by trying to bring in anything in relation to the politics of the situation. And I'm quite sure that what you said in relation, and what you said about the Labour councillors, the Conservative councillors, the independent councillors, and your good selves, we're all there for the one thing, for the betterment of the community. We've all got different opinions, and that's what we're dealing with today. You've got a question to ask, sir? Carry on.
I have. Can I ask Douglas? There's a part in the report which seems like the only bit that's semi-relevant now. I think it's at the bottom of page 202, which actually talks about footfall. Now, footfall is obviously important to business. Can Douglas expand on that, please? And just from WSP Global.
Thanks, Douglas.
To respond on that, Provost, yeah, I mean, WSP are looking at the footfall taking place in the high street and the periods at which it would be, occurring, peak times, peak dates, etc., when that would arise, and the balance between the two options, clearly highlighting that the location in Coburn Street would have the most significant benefit in footfall terms. What I would perhaps add to that is the work that we did to report at the June meeting on the anticipated benefits in footfall terms for the regeneration of the town centre arising from the Coburn Street location. And that suggested that we would have around 400,000 visitors annually attending this facility. And that would have a knock-on expenditure effect in the town centre of 7.3 million annually. So you would be generating that additional 400,000 visitors, and they would be spending within the high street of that order. So clearly footfall is what drives the health of the high street. And we've always perceived that this facility would have a major role in repurposing the high street, removing retail floor space, introducing new purposes, new uses, which would be brought with this new facility, and that would be the additional amount of footfall that would be generated.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bowes, for your input. We now have Councillor Murtagh, followed by Councillor Grant. Councillor Murtagh, thank you.
Thanks, Provost. I'd like to start with some questions, if I may. I want to pick up on the point that Douglas was just making, asking a question about footfall, because one of the things that's not being said is, and apologies, because I was thinking we were going to be looking at the options that were in this paper, and we're not looking at the options in this paper. We're looking at option B and something else, so it's difficult to question that. But in terms of the amendment, you talked about the repurposing of retail, but what hasn't been mentioned is what would be the impact on, there seemed to be a significant change then, even from option A, and the ability to realise a capital receipt on the municipal building site and the town hall site. And I suppose my question is, start with the impact of that from a financial point of view.
I'll wait until we have a break and I'll get lunch.
Sorry, is somebody else speaking?
No, somebody's got their mic still on. Carry on, Councillor Murtagh.
Okay, so from a financial point of view, because I understand we're all concerned about the financial impact here, what does that do from the potential of the capital receipt and the likelihood of being able to market that site, but also in projection of footfall, if we don't repurpose the town centre to include more residential, etc., will that have a negative impact on the footfall for the town centre? So whether Douglas or Leslie can answer that question.
Yep. That's two direct questions. Whoever wants to come in, Leslie or Douglas.
I think I'd probably suggest Leslie comes in on the capital receipt. I know that she's looked at different configurations for receipts depending on the makeup of the development on the site.
Leslie?
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, if you keep the town hall and you build an office, then there would be no surplus receipt as part of the municipal building, which I think is your question.
So that is my question, and I suppose I don't need to say, but that is going to be a negative financial, it's going to be for the council, not a positive one, yes?
Yeah, because and the other point is you would lose the regeneration benefit of potentially the housing there, which you've already alluded to.
So we lose the regeneration, and that would impact on footfall potentially to town centre then, as a direct question. It would be negative to the footfall for the town centre.
Perhaps, Provost, could I come in on the footfall question?
Yeah, on you go.
Because again, it's the work that we advised members of in June, but the anticipated usage, the current usage at the library is around 60,000 users a year, visits a year, and 90,000 for an advice hub. So that would be the order of usage that would be expected in the new facility that would be provided on the high street, although some of that is displacement. You might see some additional footfall arise from it being a new facility, but it is that order. The principal footfall driver in the facility is the Arts Centre, which is projected at 188,000 visitors a year, and we expected around 50,000 minimum of visitors to the office. So these would be the visitors and the footfall that would be lost to the high street.
Okay. Next question is probably a straight yes or no answer. Do we have local heat and energy efficiency, as in lease obligations, which are basically binding on the council?
Good question, Douglas.
Probably get Dot to come in on that. She's been doing work recently on the local heat and energy strategy, so may be able to advise more on that point.
I hope I can. We certainly have a commitment through the Strive to Net Zero emergency climate change declaration that we made in 2019. As for directly local heat and energy efficiency, yes, we do also have reductions that we have to make in terms of emissions from our buildings, and we're actively doing that at the moment.
So does the amendment present a positive contribution to those energy efficiency obligations that we've all signed up to a council, or a negative one?
I believe if we're looking at additional buildings, it would have a negative effect on our outputs.
So that's the answer. So also in terms of the so Leslie was saying about the refurb of the town hall, which obviously we would need to do significant work on an option of, but that, so can I ask Leslie, she kind of alluded to it, but very directly, what I was picking up is it won't be able to be made a carbon neutral building. It won't be fit for purpose in terms of what the arts community are telling us, regardless of what our own opinion is. So not is it fit for purpose for large scale pantos, etc. Is it going to be able to be retrofitted to make it carbon neutral or anywhere near reduction? And also, what is the lifespan of a building like that, that if we invest into that, how long is it going to actually last us?
That's 3 questions there.
Through yourself, Provost. I'll go with the last one first. Well, if you take it, usually buildings have a 40-year lifespan, and the municipal buildings was 1966. I think that the town hall might have been a year after, so I'll leave you to draw your own conclusion. It's at its end of its useful life. Anything is possible with making it zero carbon if you have a big enough budget.
Yeah.
So, you know, you could spend a huge amount. Would that be a suitable payback? I would recommend not. And the last thing that I would just say is, it's not just the trust saying about the town hall isn't fit for purpose. My understanding is the panto operator that we employ to come in has suggested that they may not be able to support bringing the panto to Falkirk because of issues with the stage and the lighting, is my understanding.
Okay, thanks for those answers. And I
Thank you.
apologise, Provost, but I do have other questions because this has just come today. So additionally, so if we have the 3 buildings, and I understand everybody's concerned about cost, but the revenue costs for 3 buildings to run those buildings, and the carbon footprint, obviously, of those 3 separate buildings, is it going to have a negative effect on our revenue budget costs year on year on year? I know this is a new proposal, so I don't expect there will be actual figures about that, but there are figures about it for options A and B, and they made clear that option B was the most efficient. So do you have any kind of idea about the additional revenue costs, or whether there'll be additional revenue cost to run 3 buildings in that regard than having a combined on one site?
Are you coming back in, Douglas?
Will I come back in, Douglas?
Okay, Leslie.
Thanks,
Probably better,
Provost.
Leslie.
I mean, we haven't done any detailed work, but on the basis that there is an efficiency of of footprint and efficiency of services and efficiency of staffing on one building, the running costs, even on the basis of that you have more square meters, is going to be higher.
Okay, and also, and I know that others have alluded to this, the cost in the report is talking about having to have increased costs for inflation, given the more we delay, and I think we only know which direction inflation looks like it's going at the moment. And can I ask, how much extra has it cost from the June council to now to have this option come forward, that option A, which is now gone apparently, and then if it's 6 months more work, then what is the risk of further construction costs, inflation costs, project deliverability, and also officer time cost to that delay?
Provost, I'll maybe come in on that one. I think we understand, Leslie, it's about 100,000 that's been spent to date between June and today to bring the reports that you've got for consideration. In terms of further work that would be needed, we would need to do some considerable scoping just to understand what's possible in refurbishment at Town Hall, what the level of energy efficiency would be that would be expected, and what the knock-on capital costs would be. That would have an effect on the capacity to borrow to meet that cost. Obviously, for refurbishments, you're repaying over a shorter period, and so the revenue costs are going to be that bit higher. With a new build out 40 years, the revenue costs are assumed on repayments over that 40 years. With refurbishment, you would have to limit the timescale for borrowing, so that revenue would increase. You've also got the consequence for income generation, as Leslie has pointed towards. Panto is the big revenue generator for the arts facility, and if there is that uncertainty over its continuation, then that would have a serious impact on the revenue earning capacity of that facility. So on all fronts, I would think that there would be some concern about the revenue effects of the options that are presented.
And on inflation, sorry, I don't know if anybody picked that up.
Inflation, yeah, I mean, we've made allowances, and assuming the position as we understand it, or rather as we've been advised through the RICS index, but clearly there would be issues as to whether that would be likely to increase.
Okay, my final question is probably just a professional opinion question. Would it be more or less attractive to town centre users who want to use the town centre to have leisure and cafe, to have cars driving by them, or to not have cars driving by them when they're sitting outside in their cafe culture?
Through you, Provost, I think we probably know the answer to that. But what I would say is that what we're proposing from today is that if we have a clear decision as to the location, then we can commence work on a town centre master plan. And we aired it at the meeting in June that the elements of that town centre master plan would be to proceed with this facility at the Coburn Street site. We also have the proposal through the investment zone to create a new Falkirk Central at Falkirk Graveston, which would be an active travel hub, multimodal with rail, bus and vehicle interchange. And so that would create a real magnet at that part of the town centre. You would also give clarity to the owners of Howgate and Calendar Square and how they move forward. And so the master plan would start to make clear what is possible to achieve on each of these locations and how the connections should work. And we can look at the access arrangements, etc., coming from that. So we could come forward with a very clear framework for investment at the town centre, repurposing it at its core improving access through the measures I've described and coming up with a better environment when you go for a cup of coffee.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Murtagh, Councillor Murtagh, you've asked direct questions, which is fine. You now have your 4 minutes to summarise exactly what you're feeling. Thank you.
Provost, and I apologise for so many questions, but it's just
No.
the most important decision, one of them. So I thank the officers for their answers. Probably the question I didn't ask is of the officers was how many of them would actually want to feel like leaving if we didn't go ahead with a decision today, because I actually think that if it was me, I don't think I could sum up the amount of work that officers have actually put in and the detail that's gone and have this. So
Well, I don't think that would be very professional to ask that question.
Why I'm not
Thank
asking it, Provost. I'm
thank you.
I'm making an opinion. What I said, what I feel is that from the answers, it's clear, and I respect all other members want to make the right decision here, and all other members are thinking about cost for the whole district and value for the taxpayer and what's best. I don't question that. I see that. But from the answers I think we've had today on all what's been said, to me, the greater risk, both on regeneration, on increasing and changing our town centre profile, on capital receipts, on revenue costs, on carbon, on all of these things, puts the council at great risk if we don't agree to this option B today. The amendment, which obviously we've not been able to scrutinise until now, seems to be possibly the worst of all worlds, although I understand about where it's come from. But I get frustrated. I can't help it, Provost, that the statements which are when they're made about our forefathers and the wise men who made these decisions, they weren't facing the things that we are today. Their decision might be right at the time, but they are not looking at the objectives that we have. And we cannot continue to look back to the past in any of the guises, whether it's the town centre regeneration, working ways, modes of transport. We have to look forward. This decision is about the future, and I would take issue with the way that's been characterised about how our constituents feel about this topic. I'm not an avid reader of the Falkirk Herald, I have to confess, but when I do, I seem to recall that one of the biggest campaigns that they ever did and biggest front pages and biggest engagements that they had in recent years was about the town centre and how much the town, generally the whole area, cared about that and wanted change. And you see that over and over and over again. We are at severe risk if we don't agree today. I understand that members want to make a cost-effective, prudent decision, but I think that the clear decision is for option B, and that there's so many reasons that can't even be listed about why the amendment is not appropriate and will really be a detriment to our community. So I really would ask colleagues to back option B, which we've got them in, and don't put further financial risk and reputational risk and carbon risk on our council.
Okay, thank you very much for your input there. It's Councillor Grant next, but it's 13:34. We're over the allotted time, so we're going to be breaking now for lunch. We'll see you back here in 30 minutes, and we'll go straight to Councillor Grant. Sorry, Councillor Grant, but we're over the allotted time. Thank you.
Just point out, Provost, that we haven't got a facility for lunch here.
Where are you?
I'm in Abbotsford House.
Well, I'm exactly the same, but I brought a piece in because I was proactive.
Well, I wish I had been, because I'm starving. But no,
Well,
I'll make the point, Provost.
Well,
I'll come up and get a bit of your piece.
Well, I'll share it. I've got 2 rolls here. Okay, so we'll see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
We're having a biscuit there earlier on,
Have the dinner break.
Let's just get the first two. Back online.
You're back on, David. You're on mute though. You're off mute.
Those in the but
David, you're back off mute again, just before you say something that you maybe don't want everybody to hear.
well, I want everybody to hear it.
Just remember, this is still going live.
Okay, everybody, just having a look through just to see who's back and who's not, to make sure that as many people are back as possible. It says 6 minutes past, so we'll just give them that extra 2 minutes to make sure everybody's back in place, and we'll go straight to Councillor Grant, who's next up. Thank you. Councillor Gardner. We're still going to go back to Councillor Alexander and Councillor. Okay. Okay, then that's 7 minutes past. I think we'll reconvene, and we're going to go straight to the debate, and it's Councillor Grant. Councillor Grant, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to ask a couple of questions, but I wonder if you could clarify something for the Provost. A 19.1, which has been called twice today, I was always under the impression 19.1 was against an individual and not a party. So I'm obviously wrong in that.
Well, what we'll do is we'll get clarification from Mr. Moody on that particular
thank you,
question.
Provost.
Thank you. If you just give us a minute, Mr. Moody's just clarifying the position. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And it's worth just reminding ourselves of the terms of Standing Order 19.1 itself. So there is an element of it which is around personal explanation, so that if someone has been abused or unfairly accused of a misdemeanour, or some statement or act has been wrongly attributed to them. So those are the personal ones, but there are also ones around correcting factual issues where someone has spoken and something that they've said has been misinterpreted or misunderstood in the debate. So it's wider than simple personal correction, I think, particularly in relation to the question of clarifying factual issues.
Okay, Councillor Grant, carry on, sir.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to ask Leslie a question. I might have picked this up wrong. I'd like her to clarify something. Did Leslie say that if we build on the site that we've got now, and on the municipal building site that we own at the moment, that we wouldn't be able to sell that? Was that says?
Leslie, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, sorry, I was clarifying for Councillor Murter the point that if we built the Labour amendment and retained the Falkirk Town Hall and built the new office, there would be nothing left to sell. You're correct.
Right.
Even though the site's 9 acres, that's I'm a bit confused with that. How big is our municipal buildings and town hall going to be?
So if you take it back to the 2015-16 option, we looked at putting the new office block at the front of the site. But at that time, we reckoned we would be taking down the Falkirk Town Hall, and that was always why there was going to be a surplus. If you retain the Falkirk Town Hall and you've got to retain the stage entrance and build on a new service yard, you're going to have stuff out the back of the Falkirk Town Hall and having the articulated lorries coming round the back. So I think that and the allowance for parking that you would require for both buildings would require most of the site. It would need to be looked at in detail, but my gut reaction is you would require to keep most of the site.
Okay, Leslie, I'll agree to disagree with you there. Could I ask Mr. Duff a question, please? I've asked this before, Douglas, with regards, you're saying that if we build on our site at the moment, we won't be eligible for the growth deal, the £6 million growth deal, because it's, to quote you, it's like for like. If Labour's amendment and we build the library in the hub up the town centre, in your opinion, would that qualify for the growth deal?
For you, Provost, I would not expect so, Councillor Grant. I'd see no means that we could convince UK and Scottish Government that a relocation of our library and hub facility onto the high street would merit a contribution from the growth deal. Growth deal monies are about jobs, investment, productivity, regeneration, and a proposal like that wouldn't tick those boxes. It wouldn't meet with favour from the UK or Scottish Government parties, and so I would see no real prospect of that coming forward.
Provost, I see Mr. Laurie wants in.
Mr. Laurie, you want in here?
Yes, thank you, Provost. It's really just to address the same point in conversations I've had with the civil servants. The very clear message is that if they're going to use growth deal funding, it has to be something of scale and ambition. That was the phrase that was used to me. Something that's going to be a game changer for the town centre. And as I say, the specific word scale and ambition. The library hub idea wouldn't meet that in terms of the kind of expectations that certainly this is a discussion I had with UK government civil servants, and of course up and down the country, an awful lot of the growth deals have featured funding from UK government for cultural regeneration at scale. So that would be their expectation here as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, Provost, if I could just come back on that one. The municipal buildings where we were intend to propose to build it with the refurbished town hall, is that not classed as a town centre?
Mr. Laurie?
Yeah, I think in a sense the definition of whether it's precisely the town centre or not isn't the relevant one. The relevant consideration from the growth deal perspective is, does it impact on growth? Is it going to have a significant impact on the prospects for the town centre, which is our stated aim, of course, in terms of seeking the funding. So clearly the re-provision on the existing site will not do that. So that's why, I mean, ultimately a decision for ministers, of course, but that's why my very strong view, and certainly based on all precedent of other growth deals, would be that a re-provision on the existing site wouldn't meet the growth deal requirement.
Okay, thank you. Provost, just before I go, I'd just like to an observation that like Councillor McCluckie says and Douglas says the free fall that the arts and new municipal buildings would bring if it was in Coburn Street. I have to then go back to the parking. I mean, if we're getting all these footfall and all these visitors, where are we going to park? Where's the coaches going to park if they're going to bring through all these visitors? Whereas the municipal buildings as it stands now, with that 9 acres that we've got, there's got to be plenty of parking. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if Mr. Duff wants to come back in that issue again about the parking, with the comments made by Councillor Grant.
Yeah, happy to do that, Provost, and the work that's been done says that there's enough parking in the town centre to cover that requirement. And that this facility would be akin to the kinds of facilities that exist in other towns and cities that people want to attend. They park at an established parking location and they walk across to it. When it comes to buses, we would probably look to have a dropping off point for buses so that they can offload their customers to the facility, park up at a location off centre and then come back. These are possibilities that can be gone into, and when we get to the planning application, all of that would need to be attended to. But I think the work that WSP has done is very solid, and you'll see the report there. Dr. Reid has given you some more commentary on that, just asserting from a roads officer's perspective that they support the recommendations that have been given there. So I think we feel that the parking and access issues have been readily or can be readily resolved, and that the planning application would be the means to prove that.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. I think that the parking is a major issue for everybody and anybody that you want to speak to on this issue, because we all realise, without getting into the full debate in this, we all realise the problems that Emery has coming to Falkirk now for the parking. Anyway, we've got Councillor Gardner next, followed by Councillor Harris. Councillor Gardner, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost. I think the parking issues have been addressed within the report fully, and I'm not taking on board the issues that other members are seeing here for that. And we do want to have a more sustainable, active means of travel to these sites as well. So put that in addition to what is in the report. I don't see an issue with it at all. Anyway, given the total cost of a brand new state-of-the-art facility fit for purpose and fitting for the businesses and the communities of Falkirk stands at £45 million within the report, I'd like to ask Douglas Duff, with all his experience, could he provide us with the estimated total cost of this Labour amendment? Thanks.
Douglas, you've heard the direct question.
Thank you, Provost. It's the question I wasn't looking forward to, because I wouldn't like this to be pinned to the wall. But I think it's clearly significant in its capital cost. I think, and Leslie will be able to clarify some of the details further, but the provision of the office and the civic accommodation that would be added to it, I think we would have to expect the order of cost there around 25 to 30 million. It depends on the specification you would provide, but it would be of that order. The refurbishment of the town hall, Leslie has pointed out to you the difficulties of putting a number against that, but depending again on the configuration that you would look to achieve there and the level of energy efficiency that you would be looking towards, we would be expecting probably an order of 5 to 8 million for a facility like that. And then, and I would point out the points I made earlier about the borrowing period and the effect on income that that facility would have. When it comes to a new library and hub in the town centre, I think you are again talking several million. By the time you would acquire a property, and finding a suitable site again would have its challenges. We would need to verify obviously the approach to that. We've talked about Coburn Street. There may be other options for a facility that size to consider. But by the time you'd acquire a site and build something new to accommodate each of these facilities, you're probably going to be out £4 or £5 million. So in total, I would expect that you're going to be in excess of 35 million, probably nearer 40 million. And who knows, it depends on the specification that you have to provide that order of accommodation. You would have the added pressure that you risk the attraction of external funding. You risk the pressure on cost of borrowing for the capital, because the facilities you're providing at the town hall won't last as long as you will with new build. And you have the risk to the income that would be received from these facilities and the underuse of the civic accommodation that you would be providing at the office, on the basis it's not going to generate the income you have planned for the arts facility. So I would say in revenue terms, significant risks associated with each of these options. That's an opinion. I'm sure Leslie would give further details to it, but I think her point earlier about needing probably 6 months, possibly more, to properly resolve the content and cost of these schemes would be necessary.
Thanks for that, Councillor Gardner.
Aye, thanks, Douglas. Would Leslie like to come in that? You've mentioned it a couple of times there.
I would concur with Douglas. Based on what we have in front of us, these figures don't seem unrealistic. And the only other thing I would say is, if you're looking at 3 buildings, you've got 3 sets of design fees. So, there's additional cost in that. But the ilk of what Douglas has said is realistic, but the devil will be in the detail.
Yes, thanks, Leslie and Douglas. So It doesn't really take a mathematical genius to work out that the sums for the Labour amendment for a refurbished town hall and a library and hub in the town centre, which will do nothing at all for the footfall in the businesses within the town centre, is going to be costing more than what the proposal is for a state-of-the-art, fit-for-purpose town hall, arts facility, whatever we want to call it, within the town centre. Yeah, I'll leave it at that, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input, sir. Now, I think Councillor Harris, and then we'll go back to Councillor Alexander and Councillor Goldie. Councillor Harris.
Thanks, Provost. Just, I'm afraid, to hark back to the parking thing again, because it certainly was a major issue at our briefing session that we had with the officers, and it was also an issue when it came up at the June meeting. And my question is really here about is one of process, actually, because if I look at the minute from the meeting in June, it was officers were asked to bring back information on parking provision for the HQ office and arts centre sites, including the potential to use existing provision such as the Howgate was, and that was to be provided for this meeting. So that to me said, yeah, we were looking at parking on, as part of that site. However, when I read the WSP document, it seemed to me very clear, and I quote, constrained parking on the site at Coburn Street High Street should introduce a need for staff to consider alternative modes of transport, stimulating a modal shift away from the private car. Just as an aside, my colleague, Councillor McCluckie, alluded to the Forth Valley the Forth Valley Royal site, where an attempt was made to curtail parking. Limited staff parking permits were given out, and there was limited staff parking there, and that basically resulted in the roads around about the hospital being clogged up, and as we know, they've had to add extra parking. So I'm not convinced that you actually get the modal shift. People will just park up on the pavements, which is what they do up at the hospital now. So, but it's not, you're not only just trying to shift people's way of working, but it's not just the staff, but it will be the general public as well. But what I'm interested to know is, at what stage was the decision taken by officers that on-site parking on this Coburn Street High Street site would be constrained? Now, and the reason I'm asking that was because we were given the impression from the minute of the June meeting that we were looking at other possibilities. I just have it at the back of my mind that in fact that was never going to be a possibility. Could you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, indeed. We'll get somebody coming in. Would it be Dot, maybe, or Douglas again? Dot?
Yeah, I'm happy to come in on that, Provost. I think I want to go back again to policy issues, national policy, regional policy, local transport strategy relating to car parking. We know that to reduce our emissions in the area, to allow our citizens to be healthier and have a better environment to live in with less air pollution, that these strategies and policies lead to that through less use of private vehicles. We do know from the parking study that there is sufficient parking capacity within Falkirk Town Centre already, without any requirement for the provision of new car parking. Car parking does exist in the town centre, the study tells us that. So I think if we refer back to the study that was attached to the paper, it's clear there the capacity that does exist, and that there is no requirement for additional parking to be provided with the Coburn Street option.
Okay, but was that the opinion of officers prior to the June meeting of council, when they said they would look at the car parking?
I think
including, that seems to be an inclusive. It's the word including, which I think is Perhaps you should have said at the June meeting, I'm sorry, but we're not going to have any car parking on this site, but we'll look at what the car parking availability is. Now, that wasn't said either at a briefing session or indeed at the council meeting itself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the phrase, including the potential to use existing provision. So including suggests there's something else as well as the existing provision. That something else was on-site parking, but you didn't say at the meeting that there would be no on-site parking. Am I correct in that assumption?
Provost, I'll
So
maybe...
I think you are correct in that assumption.
I'm correct in
Okay.
my assumption, thank you. So we're somewhat misled then by that statement. Of what the intent, by that statement of intent.
Douglas, did you want to come in
Can I
on that?
just going on from what you've said about the policy about car parking, it's interesting that the comment that was just made in response to the previous questioner about what would be residual on the current municipal building site. The answer was, well, not a lot when you made allowance for parking for that. Well, there we go. That says it all. What disappoints me a little bit is that very little regard has been given to the needs of disabled people. Now, Jock McCluckie brought this up. I'm very conscious of this, having a mother-in-law who is fairly disabled, requires wheelchair access everywhere. She still enjoys going, or would still enjoy going to the town hall where there's easy access. I'm concerned that no thought has been given to the provision for disabled parking at the site, or indeed no thought for the provision for drop-off and pick-up of disabled people. I think that's a sorry thing to say. My reading of the map is that the closest disabled on-street parking is down at the bottom of West Bridge Street. I may be wrong in that, but certainly looking at the map produced by WSP, that is the nearest. Granted, there's probably some provision within the Howgate Centre, but of course Howgate Centre closes at 8 o'clock, so that car park's not accessible. Anyway, that's just an observation on the lack of thought about disabled access to the building and disabled parking. Very important to make sure people are not disenfranchised because we haven't thought about it. Finally, just another observation on the use of existing buildings and the refurbishment. My eye was caught by a banner headline on the BBC News last week from a group of architects, which read, "Don't demolish old buildings, urge architects." Now, why is that? Because there's been a debate previously, and the thought was that it was much better to demolish an old energy-hungry building and build a well-insulated replacement. But now that view has been seriously challenged, and many would think that it's consider it a serious mistake because of the amount of carbon emitted during the construction of a new building. Now we're looking at under Plan B, destroying 2 buildings in the current site, and goodness knows how many buildings on the new site, and building a brand new, presumably concrete and steel structure. The view is changing because of the serious amount of carbon which is emitted during the construction of the new building. Now, we've heard RICS talking about various other things, but they recently have estimated about 35% of the life cycle carbon of a typical office building, I'll call it a municipal building, is emitted before even the building is opened. And it can actually be decades before even this new fully insulated building is able to pay back its carbon debt by saving more emissions than they created. So really, that says to me that we should really be giving more consideration to the renovation, refurbishment, retrofitting of existing buildings. That's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Okay,
Prof.
thank you. Thank you for your input. We'll bring Douglas back in relation to the car parking issue that was brought up again by Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Provost. I'll pick up on the parking and also the issue of the embodied carbon that Councillor Harris has referred to there, and maybe bring in Leslie in a bit more depth on that point. But in relation to the parking, and apologies for any confusion that might have sat there, but in looking back at the June report, what we were respecting was that there was a level of parking provision in the design of that scheme. And in fact, if you look at page 131 of the report, the MLA scheme shows a design that has about 15 parking spaces, depending on that configuration. And therefore, it's possible that there would be provision of direct parking spaces on the site, that some of which could accommodate the needs of disabled people. And at the time we were speaking of this in June, I had expected that we would be addressing those kinds of concerns further when it comes to the design work and the planning application that would have to be submitted, because understandably, and it is vitally important that we make sure that there is provision for disabled people and making sure that it is as open and accessible as possible for their use. So absolutely, that's something that we would look further at through the next stage of work in this. And so it's certainly in no sense something we'd want to ignore. So that we would expect to carry forward. When it comes to the embodied carbon, the carbon that's captured in the existing buildings, I similarly read that report on the BBC website, and it did tweak my concern about just where we are with this proposition. But I think there's a fundamental point with this about the merits and reuse of those buildings when they no longer suit the purpose that the organisation has. And we have looked extensively at the prospect of refurbishment of the municipal buildings, and it fundamentally fails to meet the council's needs. It will not serve it for the next 50 years. And even were it to be close to achieving that, we still have a significant flaw in its structure that would impede any value, any merit in its refurbishment. We pointed out when we reported that the structural integrity of the buildings has a weakness in the connections between the concrete columns and the slabs, and that the configuration of those connections dates back to pre-Ronan Point in the 1960s. And I think a few members are cognizant of the Ronan Point situation, which was a collapse of a multi-storey building. And therefore, if we were stripping back, if we were to refurbish the municipal buildings, we pointed out that you would have to strip it back to its very bare skeletal structure, and then it would need significant reinforcing to make sure that there was no prospect of collapse of those concrete columns, concrete slabs. And so that fundamentally impedes the merits in refurbishing that building, and really does point towards it having to be redeveloped. And it's for that purpose, as well as its functional concerns, that we're recommending new build.
Okay, thank you for that. It's now an opportunity for Councillor Flynn, followed by Councillor Murtagh, who I believe has another question, and then we'll go to Councillor Alexander and Councillor Goldie. Thank you. Councillor Flynn.
Thank you, Provost, and I must thank you twice actually, because before we broke there at lunch, you happened to mention two things. First of all, the lack of heating in Abbotsford House, and secondly, the lack of food. And that kind of summarises my view of where things are at the moment. We've got our focus on the wrong things. You know, we're focused on this, and it would be nice to have a fancy arts and civic centre and all shining, all glory and all the rest of it. But we're not in the real world when we do that. Things have changed this year, changed considerably. And Brian Smale has identified that completely. Brian's a very honourable and genuine guy, and he states things as they are. And when he presented recently, I believe he presented them in an extremely serious way. Now, if we go back 4 years, Councillor Goldie will remember this, the pre-SPR discussion group we had, 4 sites were identified for the possibility of a municipal building and maybe an art centre, but that wasn't a big focus. And those 4 sites included the current site. Now move forward to recently, and Douglas Duff mentioned the high cost of almost £500,000 getting consultants and different people in to, you know, look at this and all the rest of it. And this increased to 7. Now at that earlier meeting, I raised the point that why don't we reduce it from 4, and this is 4 years ago, to 2 choices, and then we can work through those and get on with the job in hand. You know, it wasn't a decision process, it was just purely an advisory process there. We jumped forward and we've managed to rack up a bill of £500,000 and looked at 7 sites, and it's quite almost laughable, if it wasn't really serious, that Coburn Street only came into the equation earlier this year. You know, where were all the blind people before that, before this year, and not saying, well, there's Coburn Street. It was only when one developer said that there was so much more retail space than was needed in the high street that came into the equation. And when I looked at the presentations of the developers come owners of the sites in January, I think there was 6 or 7, and 6 of them all said, oh, in as many words, can you please take our white elephant off our hands? And even the Howgate manager representative said, oh, it'd be great if Falkirk Council could buy the Howgate shopping centre. That would help us enormously. And this is the real situation. You know, you've got developers who really don't see a profit in things, but they now see it from Falkirk Council. Now, the real situation is that, and certainly in my ward and across Falkirk, but certainly in my ward, we've got people that are suffering from poverty, from fuel poverty, from all sorts of different types of poverty. We've got people who are going to be out of jobs soon because of COVID. We've got people with big mortgages who are defaulting on these mortgages. I even know personal people who have taken holiday mortgages, mortgage holidays, and they're going to have to pay that back. And here we are looking at spending £46 million on an art civic centre that will never, ever in 100 years make a penny profit. It's impossible. The current town hall loses an average £300,000 a year, no matter what the best efforts of the Falkirk Community Trust are. Now, going back to heating, there's an agenda item later on, and it's going to be, part of it's going to be to tell the people of Letham they can't have gas because it's going to cost £800,000 to get British Gas to put the pipes into Letham. Something wrong here, isn't there? We're quite happy to put the hands up and want to vote for £46 million spend when we could go for a lower option, far, far lower. And I don't take any cognisance of what Douglas Duff estimates, you know. You wouldn't make a good salesman, Douglas, because that's not the way you sell things. But
sorry, Jim, you're
right.
over your 4 minutes.
Right, anyway, but not to worry.
I'm sorry, that is really
just a minute.
to be saying that about officers.
Yes.
I've really
I've
taken
just,
exception to that.
excuse me, Councillor Meikle-John, I've just interrupted Councillor Flynn on that very issue. Have you wind up, Councillor Flynn?
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's rebalance things and get the real view. Yes, it would be nice in an ideal world where all the finances were hunky-dory and we weren't getting cuts for the Scottish Government and all sorts of things to have a nice fancy centre, but we're not in that situation. We're in a dire financial situation and we should take cognisance of that. Thank you, Provost.
Right, thanks for your input. And I'm sure that there was no disrespect meant to Mr. Duff. Councillor Murtagh, I believe you had another question for us.
Yeah, I'm going to compose myself because I do think that was very disrespectful.
Well, we've already went through that one. Thank you.
A question about the parking provision, and Councillor Garner tried to, was putting this well, but in terms of comparison, and obviously it's been mentioned that this is a vision and a game changer and some different. So if we're looking at comparable other venues, so when people are going to the Playhouse, or they're going to the Kings, or they're going to the Theatre Royal, or indeed if you're going to Glasgow City Council chambers, or Edinburgh City Council chambers, or these kinds of venues that are in town centres that are focal points, is there a comparison that we can show that says, do they have dedicated parking, or are people expected to, and indeed it enables them to contribute more to the economy while they're there, because they're not just getting in their car and leaving it. So can officers give a comparison with other sites to show what's usual in these circumstances?
Thank you. Direct question. Who's going to come in? Is it going to be Leslie, Douglas?
Provost, I think we've given examples in previous reports on the types of regeneration schemes that have been proposed in cities like Perth, Dundee, cities down south. And there are examples in a number of locations where these kinds of facilities are provided and they don't have dedicated parking. They rely on the parking that is available in the city or town centre. And so we don't think we're untoward in this. And what I would say is it's not a conclusive position. We've got the report from WSP, but we do need to do this additional work that would be necessary for the planning application. And it's something that we will be looking at in further detail. But the fundamental, the policy drivers, as Dr. Reid has pointed towards, are that it shouldn't be necessary. We've got enough parking. We're removing 90,000 square feet of commercial development in the town centre, which is currently served by parking. So we are simply replacing that, and on that basis, we should be able to avail ourselves of that parking that is there. Provost, I wanted to ask if it's possible to come back on some of the points that Councillor Flynn mentioned.
Yeah, you have an you've got an opportunity to do that now.
More in relation to a couple of points there about how the Coburn Street site was identified, because it would probably go back to the point that the Chief Executive made at the outset of this, where the Council did take a decision about its intention to proceed with the project, but it wanted to test out the options that were possible in the town centre. And we advised members at that time that we'd need to go through a proper process to do that by connecting with all possible interests in the town centre and asking them to give their proposals. And it was on that basis that the Coburn Street site came forward. We wrote to a whole variety of interests there, and we brought I think it was 7 development options came forward for that workshop that was convened with members. It came through a transparent process, and that is necessary because we have to make sure that we're getting best value. So that's how that site came together. On the point about poverty and jobs, I worked for 20 years in Lancashire on anti-poverty. I know about how to stop poverty, and it's through creating jobs. And the fundamental here is this will create jobs for the town. And if you don't do it, you will lose jobs. And I'm telling you that from the experience that I have, but it's backed up by the work that we've given you in several reports and in the conversations we're having with UK and government civil servants. They accept that point, and therefore I share the concern about people and their circumstances just now, and I thoroughly recommend that the way forward here will help to sustain those jobs and keep money in people's pockets.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duff. You had an opportunity to respond there. We're going straight to Councillor Alexander now, who was the seconder of the motion. Then we'll go to Councillor Goldie, the seconder of the amendment, and then we'll go to Councillor Meikle-John to wind up. Thank you. Councillor Alexander.
Yes, we're not living on the same planet, we're told. The policies that we have implemented in this particular paper are in line with the UK government. So the Tory members saying that their own government is living on a different planet from the rest of us. It looks to me as if we've got a number of independents who I'm sure we're looking for something to enthuse them. What did they get? They got a report which shows that the option that they're about to support is the most expensive of all the options. We had nods of agreement a couple of weeks ago. We had the leader of the Labour group say that climate change is the most important issue that we face, and it should be that should be a consideration in every single thing that we do as a local authority. Empty words. Soundbite. The Tories are about to support an amendment which is effectively cobbled together in the last day or so, and a £45 million budget. A budget incidentally set by yourselves some time ago. But the restrictions to the £45 million set by yourselves, and now here we are, and there's no alternative that's been put forward. It's credible. We'll lose external funding, lose credibility in the town centre, lose jobs. You had all that. We have you've decided to ignore our professional officers. You've decided to ignore the professional officers of the Scottish Government. You've decided to ignore the advice of the professional officers of the UK Government. And here we are. You know, instead, you're going to support an amendment whereby the mover of the amendment didn't even know how many buildings were going to be construction. Whether it was 2, 3 or 4. You know, there's got to be some kind of credibility here. There's an issue of parking, except there's always an issue of parking. Any new development is an issue of parking. But disabled parking is protected. There's a formula for disabled parking that ensures that there's adequate supply. The area that this will have greatest effect on is the nighttime economy, at which time the daytime has moved on, we've gone back to their homes. Nighttime economy comes out. Many of those people don't come to in a car because they want a drink at half time in a show. It's a different type of economy. It's a different needs of the economy, and that's something that hasn't been taken into consideration by the Conservative group. We expect motions like this or amendments like this by the group because their hatred of the SNP is historic.
Excuse me, Councillor Alexander, could you wind up, please? Thank you. That's your 4 minutes.
It's systemic, and I hoped that we see an end to the type of tribal politics that we've had in Falkirk. When the Conservatives were elected, there would be a buffer, there would be a positive voice for unity, but instead, this has been Labour's back pocket, because anyone that can vote for something approaching A as an option rather than B can only be acting as some form of mistaken and misbelieved loyalty. So great pity, Provost, but we'll wait and see.
Okay, thank
you. 19-1, Provost.
Councillor Bissett.
Thanks, Provost. Councillor Alexander said I didn't say or I didn't know how many buildings there were. I clearly answered that question, and no problem at all answering that question. And I think I'd like to ask him to retract that statement he made about hatred of the SNP. I mean, certainly I have no hatred for anybody. So, from a personal point of view, I'd like him to take that back. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to take it back because it's true, there is a hatred of the SNP. Maybe it's fear, I don't know.
Can you prove there's a hatred of the SNP?
Excuse me. Thank you, Councillor Alexander. You had an opportunity. Thank you, Councillor Bissett. Okay, then we'll have an opportunity now for Councillor Goldie, who was
Provost,
the
19-1.
19-1. Who's 19-1?
91, Provost. Councillor Grant here.
Councillor Grant.
A 19-1, Provost. One's the same as Councillor Bissett. Councillor Alexander says that the Tories have a hatred of the SNP. I do not have a hatred of the SNP.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Okay, right.
The Conservative Party.
We're moving on. Councillor Goldie, seconder of the Labour amendment. It's your opportunity now, sir.
Yes, thanks for that, Provost. And can I say, I start away with saying anything that I do say won't be to question officers' integrity. I'll not do that because I'll be saying some things that somebody might construe as that, and that certainly isn't the case. The meeting has been conducted without any personal attacks until just a few minutes ago.
Right, okay,
But I'm coming. Provost, he's never stopped on anybody all day. But anyway,
yeah.
I do find myself in a situation where I find an agreement with what Jim Flynn says, not because he's a Conservative, but because he comes from Carmlin, although he likes to hide that fact. But seriously, we need to support the town centre. That is a fact. There's no question about that. But you can't ignore the effects of the pandemic, because the pandemic might wipe out the high street before we even lay a brick. So you have a great concern about the pandemic. The proposals, when I say about officers, we get mixed messages for officers, and I understand, of course, that officers will give an honest opinion, but they'll work with the administrations, and that's the way it works. That's public life. But we had a proposal the other day. We got a proposal, and it was the Gateway proposal, and it was going to bring shops and drive-throughs and everything down near the Gateway. And in my honest opinion, that's just another retail park, which is probably the last thing that the high street needs. So it's these mixed messages that I get concerned about. But we've got a real duty to our employees, and we've got a bigger duty to our communities. And when I go out in the communities at the minute and say to them, how would you like to spend £48 million on a theatre? They're aghast. They could find more things to do with £48 million to borrow that to build a theatre, by the way. And because people outside say to me that they see the council services falling apart. And I say, well, if they are, it's because we've not got enough money. And they say, well, what you want to spend £48 million on a theatre for? So at this stage of the game, I go back to Jim Flynn again. I partially agree with Jim Flynn on that. Is this the right time to do it? I don't know. It certainly is a big concern to borrow £48 million when we're in the middle of a pandemic, because nobody knows what's going to happen. And as I say, that could affect greatly on the high street. The other thing is, if you look to the future, and we got the Gateway, as I said earlier, then we'll no need to worry about the high street, because the high street will not be there. But what we are suggesting here, and again, it's not a criticism, officers, I think perhaps the demolition took too quick, was started too quick. Because I think if the demolition hadn't been started when it was, there would be a case to say, leave everything the way it is for a couple of years till we see how it's all going to pan out. But as we've heard about Brian Smale's report and the concerns that are in that, we just cannot accept a situation where we spend 48 million. And when you speak about the amendment does say that at a date in the future, a library and a hub in the high street would be looked at. So that's no in the equation right at this minute. We're not talking about that. And I know well about the town hall. I know about the slabs in the ceiling, because there was a guy called Sandy Cuthbert was sent up there about 20 years ago, and he spotted that was a problem and go on to that.
Wind up, please, sir. Thank you.
I've got a question to ask too, Provost. So what I'm saying is, support the amendment, and at the end of the day, let's wait and see what happens, and we can do things in the future. But the other thing I was going to say was a question to Leslie Malkin, because like other people, I don't understand the parking situation at the town hall, Provost, and I'll spell that out for you. If Leslie, and she's the technical person, she's the expert, if Leslie's saying that we'll lose car parking or we'll lose value in the ground because we'll get less houses, as it's expected to be houses, built on that site, well, surely the heck we can move the new proposed municipal headquarters round about. There's plenty of room on the site to move it to. Don't forget you're going to have West Bank Clinic. So I would like Leslie to tell me, one, could she move the building to make it easier and to get better value for the site?
Thanks, Leslie.
Provost. Yeah, I mean, depending the decisions that you made previously in 2015 and the previous decisions we've had have always been about bringing the building to the front of the site, and therefore you've got to access and service. The town hall is as where it is at the moment and has servicing and parking there. So the whole thing needs looked at again, but it's unlikely you're going to have much site left over. And what we also did say in June was that I commissioned the 2019 parking survey to look as part of the HQ what the parking position was across the town. And as Dot has alluded to, and that's what we did undertake to do, is to get an independent person to go back and look at that. And the 2019 survey is saying we have sufficient parking across the whole of the town centre area. That includes a proportion of the parking at the municipal building site, which is public parking.
Okay.
I'm fine with that, Provost, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input, sir. Before I go back to Councillor Meiklejohn to wind up, I'm the Provost, but I've also, as a local member, I have got an opportunity to speak on this very, very, very important issue. First of all, could I say I've listened to all the arguments here today. I've seen all the reports in the papers over the years about a new building, a new HQ. But I must say that on the plans that have came forward for the High Street, I've got major serious concerns regarding the infrastructure and whether it could support what's required. The area of that's been prominent here in this debate has been about the parking. And I've got to be honest and say this, that if you talk to my constituents or anybody out there, they've always got concerns in relation to coming into Falkirk because of the parking. And I think this situation would only exacerbate it. The fact of the matter is that I'm going to go to the leader, but obviously I've got to say this on behalf of the people who have stopped me in the street over the past 2 or 3 years. I can honestly say that 95% of the people that I've spoken to, except for the ones that maybe have an interest in the Falkirk High Street, and plus with the emails from them, that there's nobody being supportive of us moving away from this site. So that's what I'm saying as one of the local members for my area, and on a personal approach. I've got serious concerns that we haven't got the proper infrastructure, that we will never have enough infrastructure to provide parking. We haven't got proper parking at the moment, and therefore I'm going straight to the leader of the council, Councillor Meiklejohn, to sum up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Provost. A couple of things I need to correct. In Councillor Goldie's figures, it wasn't 48 million. They were the ones that set the cap at 45 million about a year, 18 months ago. I thought you would have known that there. But yeah, I'm really disappointed. I'm also disappointed that we're throwing out such a major project pure and simply on parking, when we know that these issues can be resolved. We have the opportunity through the planning process to resolve that, and I feel that it is actually an absolute red herring, and that it's appalling if that is the best that you can come up with in order to reject this particular project. We see right across the country people investing in their town centres, using other activities in culture, leisure, heritage, which we are so rich with, to actually regenerate their town centre, bring people in and improve the economy, create jobs, secure investment, secure people's futures. And I've heard Councillor McCluskey, Councillor Goldie and others talk in other fora around how important jobs are. Yet we're getting it thrown out here, and it's an absolute disgrace. We have just had a vote from Falkirk Delivers on their bid. This is a right slap in the face to every one of those people that work there and every one of the retailers that voted for them. And I just cannot believe that there's people who represent that area and the whole of Falkirk are prepared to sit back and let that just go. And it's beggars belief. And people sitting watching this meeting today must be absolutely horrified at what's before them. The Labour amendment, we know, is going to cost more. It may appear attractive in the short term, but in the longer term, it is going to cost more. We will then have a substandard product, by the way, of a town hall that will not attract the type of entertainment acts, etc., that will actually give the revenue. It is a false economy, and it just shows lack of ambition, complete lack of ambition for people of Falkirk. And it's absolutely appalling that people are just sitting back and letting that happen. A further delay of 6 months will see that 40% vacant space go up, and it will continue to go up. And I wonder how many people, when they get constituents come into their surgeries and saying, I've lost my job in Falkirk Town Centre, how you're going to square that with them. Because I'll be making sure that they know where that blame lies going forward. We have commitments from every one of the candidates in the by-election about regenerating Falkirk High Street, yet we're kicking it into touch. Yet again, delay and continued delay. And it's something that the Labour group have done. They did it when they were in administration, that held Falkirk back, and they're continuing to try to do that in this current council, and by trying to thwart a minority administration. And it's appalling, because it's costing us money, it's costing us jobs, and it'll cost us staff, because believe me, there's people that are not going to want to continue to work here in the future if this is how Falkirk Council goes forward. And I have to say, it's appalling the way that people are being disrespectful to professional officers. The amount of evidence, the amount of work that's been done by officers here, to be turned around and say, I don't believe what you're saying, I don't believe what the consultants are saying, is absolutely horrendous. They don't work for the administration, they work for Falkirk Council, and they provide us with the best information and the best advice possible in order to us allow to make us decisions. And this report has a clear direction, a clear conclusion, that we knew that what we had to do that will boost the economy, create that daytime, that nighttime footfall, and set us up for the future as part of our recovery. And that is being thrown out today, unless people have real consciences. And yeah, I would rather people sat in their hands than vote for this horrendous amendment, Provost. And yeah, if you really haven't been out enough and speaking to the people that is affected by this pandemic in particular, if you haven't heard what's been said about Falkirk High Street, about the fortunes and those that work throughout the district that rely on jobs there going forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to the vote. Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. We have a motion which consists of the recommendations in the report, and that's moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Alexander. Against which is an amendment which has been circulated, moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Goldie. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Black.
Amendment.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
The motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
The amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
The amendment.
Councillor Garner.
Totally behind the motion.
Councillor Goldie.
The amendment.
Councillor Grant.
Amendment.
Councillor Harris.
The amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
The motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McHugh.
For the motion.
Councillor McCluckie.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John,
The motion.
Councillor Monroe,
Sure. Go on, then.
Amendment.
thank you. Councillor Murtagh,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicholl,
Apologies, come out of the meeting.
Councillor Nimmo,
Amendment.
Councillor Patrick,
Amendment.
and Councillor Spears.
Motion.
I actually voted the other day last time. Forward against.
Provost, there are 13 votes for the motion. There are 15 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Okay,
Provost.
thank you. Pardon,
Provost,
yes.
Could I have a recess, please?
How long do you want?
15-20 minutes, please.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, folks, that's it, 15:07. We'll come back at past. Thank you.
Hi. Um,
Yes. Aye, I'll try that. Are you
I can't get away with that. The election,
I don't think they're back. I don't think the I don't think the SNP's back. We'll just give the administration our 5 minutes to come back. Thank you very much.
your temper, right? No, something, it is something about message about.
No, not good.
We're just waiting on a few more coming. Is Councillor Meiklejohn back with us? Yes, she
Yes,
is.
Provost, I am.
Okay, thank you.
See, while we're waiting, Provost.
Yes, yes, Councillor Alexander.
Yeah, wee memory test here. Wondering when the last time was you as a neutral provost voted with the SNP. You remember?
Pardon?
You remember?
I don't understand your question.
When was the last time that you as a neutral provost, open-minded on all issues, voted with the SNP?
Oh, I couldn't remember that one offhand. I'll check back and I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can tell you when it is.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're ready to go. Okay, we'll reconvene. Thank you very much. Now we're now on to item 6, which is municipal building statutory consultation under the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015 for disposal of common good land. The report will be by Mr. Duff, and before I bring Mr. Duff in, I just maybe ask Mr. Duff the question, considering the decision taken at the previous, what the position is now with this agenda item. Thank you, sir. Mr. Duff.
Yeah, happy to come in on that, Provost. Clearly, the previous decision is regrettable. It's counter to the officer recommendation, so it gives difficulty for us in terms of its implementation. So the report's there. It narrates the work that was done over the summer to consult under the Community Empowerment Act on the questions of demolition of the municipal buildings and subsequent disposal. As suggested, the report has a summary of the results of that survey. It shows that there was 130 responses, and most of them positive in favour of demolition and disposal. The building has been, large parts of it have been cleared. We have emphasised before that we have concerns as to its longer term safety, and therefore we do feel that it has to continue with the programme of demolition. And so I would suggest that members may wish to consider the terms of the report and determine for themselves as to how to proceed.
Thank you for that, Mr. Duff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Mr. Moody just to clarify the position, because obviously it's not as straightforward as it would be. Mr. Moody?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I think it's worth looking at the recommendations again in light of the decision that's been taken on the previous item.
Provost, can I say I think this item should be deferred to a future meeting, considering the implications of the decision today?
Okay, we'll just clarify that position, Mr. Moody. Thank you, Mr.
I think there is some benefit in that, Provost. I think one point of reservation I would make to that, Provost, could you turn your, is that, sorry, I'm just pausing a second to deal with an echo.
We've all had problems with an echo.
What about poor choices taken?
Okay, thank you very much, Provost. I think it's worth pausing just in relation to the implications of the previous decision. I understand the point that is being made by the by the leader in relation to potentially deferring the item to another date. But I think the implication of that is that it may render the consultation exercise unusable, in that there's an expectation of taking a decision on the basis of the consultation within 8 weeks of the date of the consultation being carried out. So I wonder if there might be some merit in continuing through some of the recommendations that are being made in the report in light of the previous decision. And if we were to consider these, and Mr. Frawley's helpfully shared that on the screen for us, in relation to the first two of them are fairly administrative in their terms. The second is more of a legal point on which we have advice, which is narrated within the report, but it has implications, and we need to take that decision as a council, or you need to take that decision as a council. There are then two substantive issues to be dealt with. One is in relation to demolition, and the other is in relation to sale. In the first of these, I think it isn't contemplated in the decision that is made in the last item that the municipal buildings building would be retained in its current form, and accordingly it would seem consistent with that decision to be able to continue to agree that the demolition of municipal buildings takes place. The issue of the sale is perhaps a different one, because we heard, I think, particularly from Ms. Malkin, that there may be implications on whether there will be land to sell if the configuration of buildings suggested in the previous decision comes to fruition. But we won't know that yet, and we won't know that until the work is done and the report that has been asked for comes back to us. I think it's important to note that the decision is to agree that the site, or a balance of the site, should part be retained for the building of a new office headquarters, be sold for development, wouldn't bind us into selling, but I can see that the consultation question has proceeded on a different premise than perhaps is now the proposal within the previous decision. So the summary of that is, I would suggest that it would be open to you to at least consider the issue of demolition of municipal buildings, but there may be some merit in continuing the issue of the sale until we know better what the outline requirements are for the scheme proposed from the previous decision we've just made.
Okay, I'll go back to the leader, Councillor Meikle-John. You've heard Mr. Moody. What's your views?
I still think we perhaps need to take a bit of time, and I'd rather that this was deferred at least until the next council in order to look at the implications there, because I think there's work started on for the demolition of municipal buildings, and I think we need to reflect on that. Also, the terms of the amendment, we've heard that that there's very unlikely to be anything residual left by way of capital receipt. And I do appreciate that the consultation that's been carried out, but I think we need to do some due diligence on this rather than jumping in at this stage.
Would you formally move that then, Councillor Meikle-John?
I'm happy to formally move that we defer it at least until the next council.
I'm quite happy to second that. Does anybody else like to come in? Is everybody agreed?
Provost, I think it makes sense to defer it, given the decision that was taken.
Yeah. Okay then, we've agreed to defer. Is there anybody otherwise minded?
Provost, I think Councillor Kerr's got his hand up.
Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Gary. It was just a point of clarity regarding Mr. Moody. We could we could maybe note point 1 and defer the rest, and that's us noting that the consultations took place, then defer the rest of them to the next council meeting.
I'll get that point clarified. Mr. Moody, you've heard what Councillor Kerr says.
So I think both the propositions would have the same effect, Provost. So one is simply to defer it, and one is to note and defer until the next meeting. So they boil down, I think, to the same outcome.
That's fine, Provost.
Okay. I believe Councillor Murtaugh wants to come in. Councillor Murtaugh.
No, it was just to say that I didn't think we could do that, because at the end of the day the consultation is invalid, and well, we need advice on that, because we thought we were making a decision based on what the decision was in June, and that's not what happened. So because it wasn't between those two buildings, it was the options, it was something else. So I think the whole thing needs more advice, because I have no idea what common sense would just agreed. So I wouldn't be able to say that any of those recommendations are now valid, and what we've gone out to consultation is completely false for the public.
Okay, thank you for your input. Mr. Moody, would just like to clarify, there's been a motion moved and seconded that this is deferred.
I think no one is otherwise minded from what I understand, Provost, so the matter is deferred until the December meeting.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That takes us to item 8 on your agenda, future arrangements for council and committee meetings. It's pages 222 to 226, and Mr. Moody will summarise the report and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Provost. I'll try and be brief. I'm conscious we're late in the day and there is other business to be gone through before we reach the end of the meeting. I think all members of council will be aware of the arrangements for meetings over the pandemic period and how we have held our meetings remotely during that time, but at various times have affirmed our intention to move to blended meetings when we were able to do so in light of the public health situation and the guidance from the Scottish Government. And in light of those previous decisions, we gave a commitment at the June meeting of the Council to consult with councillors and to show what a blended meeting would look like in practice. 2 events were held, and I'm grateful to those members of the Council who attended, either remotely or physically, or in some cases by both forms. We had a lot of useful feedback from members of the Council and a variety of opinions as to the desirability or otherwise of blended meetings, fully physical meetings, or keeping meetings fully remote. The broad outcome of that, I think, is that the greater part of opinion was in favour of moving to some extent towards the blended approach, but perhaps to do so with a degree of caution and not plunge into a full-scale blended committee programme. So that is broadly what I recommend to you today. It's to adopt an approach where we will try this process out, and we'll do it through holding 2 committee meetings in a blended model between now and the December meeting, when we'll have an opportunity to review the issue again. So the meetings that are recommended are 1 meeting of the Executive and 1 meeting of the Scrutiny Committee. And those are chosen to allow a broad element of the Council membership to have an opportunity to try out the blended meeting process. We are conscious of one element of the feedback from the trial events was that some of our technology is fairly limited in what it's able to do in terms of the experience of those watching remotely and their connection with what is happening in the physical room. And that's partly down to the quality of the camera that we have at the moment. So we are conscious of that. and we're in the process of sourcing something that will provide a better experience for all concerned. But I think everyone will know there are supply chain difficulties, particularly in relation to IT equipment. So I think it's unlikely that that will be in place for the 2 trial meetings. I should say something as well about the voluntary nature of attendance. For those who would be attending physically, it would be a question of the choice of the elected members involved in the committee. There will be physical limitations on the number of people who can attend to allow for physical distancing, and there will be, I think, an expectation that members would let us know in advance if they're planning to attend, and we would then know if there are spaces for officers to be able to attend physically if they wished to. So, broadly, Provost, those are the recommendations which I make to you for those 2 trial meetings, and then we would come back and look at the issue again at the December meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moody. We'll go straight to the leader, Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I'm happy to move the recommendations as in the report.
Okay, have you got a seconder?
Councillor Garner, I've got my hand up again.
Fine, thank you, sir.
Yeah, agenda item 7 would maybe have had a different outcome if members of the public and the people from the business community had been in attendance. So I'm happy to second the move back to towards normality with this blended option.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councillor Bissett, anything for your group?
Oh, happy with that, Provost. I attended one of the trials in the Leicester Town Hall, and it went very well. And I'd just like to thank Brian Perry and the other officers for setting up. It took a bit of doing, but and it does take a bit of managing. But no, I think it's the way forward.
Town Hall.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Councillor Harris and Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. Just to ask Colin, given the supply chain difficulty in getting a hold of a zoomable, movable webcam, have you looked at the possibility of hiring one for the occasion? The only reason I say that is that if we're trialling this, given the limitations of the current webcam, we're not going to get the full experience in terms of those who are on remote. So I was just a suggestion. We might look to see if somebody like Sound and Light or one of the video companies would be able to hire a piece of kit for the day.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Provost. I have given consideration to that idea, but it's not something we have fully explored yet. So I think very much for the same reasons as Councillor Harris puts forward, I think that's something that we will explore. It's not, I think, certain that the same equipment will be available, but something we'll look at in advance of those 2 meetings.
Okay, thank you. Happy with that, Councillor Harris?
Absolutely. Thank you, Provost. Thanks, Colin.
Thank you. Councillor Nimmo had his hand up.
Yep, thanks, Provost. I'll be quick. It's just that the last I checked on the Scottish Government website, it was still advocating that you should be working from home. And I'm just wondering why there's so much of a rush to get back to face-to-face meetings. I mean, on the whole, I would support a blended approach and a trial just to see if it works with the equipment that we've got. But shouldn't we be following the current Scottish Government guidance?
I'll bring Mr. Moody in on this one. Thank you.
I think Councillor Nimmo is correct, Provost, to say that the guidance from the government is to work from home where you can work at home. But I think the general working life of both councillors and officers is at home at the moment. This is talking about formal committee meetings, which are a part of working life. And from my perspective, they're a part of working life that work better physically than they work remotely. Now, I know not all members will agree with that, and some will see the value more in the remote meetings, but certainly the consensus was, in consultation with the members at the event, that there was value in returning to the physical meetings. But I emphasise it's for a small number of meetings at this stage, and even if that's expanded, that's still a relatively small part of the working life, both of officers and of councillors.
Okay, Mr.
So
Nimmo.
at the end of the day, Provost, we're still going against Scottish Government current guidance.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anybody else? Councillor Harris wanting back in?
Yeah, sorry to come back in, but the Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament have set the precedent for committee meetings and meetings of the Parliament, which have been blended for some time now, at least a year.
Okay, thank you. We're going to agree. Everybody agreed to the
I was just
recommendations?
a brief comment. We
Thank
have
you.
our teacher.
Councillor
we
Meikle
have
John.
We have our teachers back working in the schools doing face-to-face. We have home carers who have gone out throughout the pandemic carrying out face-to-face. And we actually have staff who are doing essential roles working in offices. We have been very, very fortunate at being protected. I think there's an element of actually starting to get back into that normal routine and doing some of that and showing a little bit of solidarity with those that have put their lives on the line throughout this pandemic. You know, I appreciate there may be people that will be immunocompromised and they have to be careful, and that's absolutely fine. But for others who are able to do so, I think a hybrid meeting is not something that is difficult to do right now, and it helps to build the confidence back into that normal way of life. So I think we can't forget that we have a lot of people who are actually already working, and we've been very, very much protected from that.
Okay, thank you. So we agreed the recommendations, everybody?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item 9 on your agenda, programme of meetings January to March 2022. It's pages 227 to 231 on your agenda papers, and Mr. Moody will summarise the report and the recommendations contained. Mr. Moody.
Thank you very much, Provost. And this is the usual report we have at this time of the year, fixing a programme of meetings for the following year. The only difference this time is that the schedule of meetings you're asked to approve only takes you to the end of March next year, and that's a reflection of the fact we have the local government elections in May of next year, and the new council will fix its own programme of meetings at the statutory meeting, which will take place in May. So otherwise, Provost, you're asked to approve the programme of meetings set out in the appendix to the report.
Thank you. Go straight to the leader, Councillor Meikle John.
Happy to move the report, Provost.
Thank you. Is there anybody otherwise minded? We agreed the report? Agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item 10, execution of deeds, pages 232 to 235 on your agenda, and Mr. Moody will summarise the report and the recommendations contained within.
Thank you, Provost. This is merely for noting, and sets out those deeds which have been executed on behalf of the council. Thank you.
Okay, we agreed the recommendations contained?
Are we taking offers of other executions?
Pardon?
Agreed, Provost.
Agreed, okay.
Provost,
Thank you
could
very
Mr.
much.
Alexander clarify that point?
That's okay, we're moving on.
Well, you can't move on. He's asked you a
now
question, Provost. Provost, Mr. Alexander asked you a question.
Move on, Provost.
And we're moving on here.
Ask the question. I'm talking about deeds for this place.
Well, that's fine. Now we know who you were talking about, Mr. Alexander.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to item 11, which is the notice of motions. As said at the very beginning, the 11B, the fair work practices, has been referred to executive, but 11A, dementia awareness, is going to be heard today, and the mover of the motion will be Councillor Goldie. Councillor Goldie.
Yep, Provost, thanks very much for that. This has been a strange day in a whole lot of ways, and I've seen things and heard things today that I haven't seen or heard since I first got in the council in 1980. So I didn't want to delay everybody, but nor do I want to demean the motion, because it's important that we give it time for discussion. And I know that there will be everybody virtually will be sympathetic to this, at least I hope they will. Since I became the Old People's Champion, one of the things that keeps coming up is groups, and we have got some fabulous groups in this area. We've got dementia-friendly groups right across the card, and we've got carers, and they're doing wonderful jobs, absolutely wonderful jobs, looking after people with various illnesses, of course, but principally the concern on this motion is for dementia. Now, I'm moving the motion, but I'm going to move it in the name of everyone in the community who has cared for somebody with dementia or any other illness. And it's important that we do that and remember that, especially when we're talking about big money in other areas. Other councils have made provision to make themselves dementia-friendly towns, which means groups get together, they do different things, and that is what the aim of this is in the first instance, that Falkirk Council will become a dementia-friendly town. When Princess Anne got the freedom of Falkirk, one of the things that she said was that Falkirk and its area and its district are well known for the care they give to others. And I think that's one thing that I would accept at this time. I've always accepted it, but even more so now. So the motion itself concerns us as a council. Now, I'm fairly sure that we are the second biggest employer in the area. I think the health service is the bigger of the two groups. And it's important because our people, whether they're in a front-facing office, and sometimes even more importantly, if it's the building services or somewhere people going to people's houses, and maybe a single person being in the house, that we should be aware and be able to identify the signs of dementia. Because, I mean, you could be telling them something and we all know that minutes later that they would forget it. So when they realise what had been done or be in a position through their illness to carry out the steps that were required. So basically, it's just to ask, and it is coming back to a further meeting, it's just to say that we will make ourselves and train ourselves as councillors and our employees to be able to recognise the early signs of dementia and be sure when we're talking to people in their homes or wherever, at surgery or wherever, that we can recognise that. Hopefully after that, we'll start to get our contractors who work for us and other employers in the town to start to do the same thing, and the district, sorry, I should say. And to that end, we would eventually move to being a dementia-friendly town. I recognise all the people who work, and it's great, and I know that there will be people here who will, I can see them through on the screen, who will be well aware of dementia and the care that people need, and also the training that they can get. Age Scotland carry out programmes for training people with dementia, and they would be happy to come into the council and do that. So that's the motion, Provost, and I move it, as I say, on behalf of all the people who have helped to care for somebody with dementia or any other illness. Thanks, Provost.
Councillor Goldie, could I say at this stage that when I got your when I got the paperwork in relation to this motion, obviously most of us have got some sort of relationship with somebody in the family in relation to this terrible illness. And as Provost of Falkirk Council, I would be happy to second this and move it on.
Thank you for that, Provost.
Councillor Colley, I think she wanted in right away. Councillor Colley.
Thank you. I very much welcome Councillor Goldie's motion. We know that about 90,000 people in Scotland have dementia, and around 20,000 people are diagnosed every year. And interestingly, around 3,000 of those are under the age of 65. We know that COVID has had a really detrimental effect on people with dementia. I was actually at something yesterday when we were talking about the evidence of that's come out in relation to the impact of COVID on people with dementia, and this was a European-wide study published in the Lancet, and it noted that people with dementia had worsening psychiatric and behavioural symptoms as a result of social isolation. And what that's meant for some is actually they have had a decline in their cognitive abilities and their daily living activities as well during lockdown. this has had an impact on their lives, but it's also got an impact on the decisions, investment decisions around services and health and social care, but also in our communities to be able to provide effective support for them. In Falkirk, any one of our constituents, as Dennis mentions, fellow councillors, employees or colleagues could be affected at any given time, either as a person with dementia or as a carer. So it's right and proper that councillors are provided with training so that we understand the implications of decisions we make and are able to scrutinise proposals with this knowledge in mind. I further agree with the proposal that frontline staff are also provided with such training, but I think I would go further, and I hope Councillor Goldie will actually indulge me in this and accept this within the proposal. With some people being diagnosed with dementia at a younger age and more people working longer and waiting longer to have access to the state pension, and of course people caring for those with dementia, it's crucial that the council itself, not just Falkirk Council area, because I think becoming a dementia-friendly district, I think would be fantastic, but that the council is a leader in this and becomes a dementia-friendly council, a community in itself, because dementia doesn't mean that people automatically have to give up work, and with support and flexible options, they may be able to continue their role. Obviously, there's some roles where you have to notify the DVLA, for example, if you're a driver, and the council could look at what alternative roles are available, and the council should be available to support people as well as possible. And where this becomes impossible, considering how best to support them to access the benefits they're entitled to, and things like financial planning and pension access. For those of our employees who are taking on a caring role for a family member, recognising the impact and enabling them, as I know the council already does, to a range of flexible options to enable them to juggle work and care. Training for all staff enables us to provide a supportive workplace for people with dementia and their carers, and to create a dementia-friendly environment, a supportive workplace where individuals can come forward on diagnosis and crucially understanding and knowledgeable colleagues. So I hope Councillor Goldie will accept that addition to extend that for the report, to look at extending that to all staff in the council, not just those in front-facing roles, because we all might be somebody with dementia, we all might be somebody who's caring for someone with dementia, and we all might need support as employees as well.
Yes, Provost, I'm more than happy to do that, and whilst to do that, recognise the work that Fiona Colley does in best interest of the health of the community as well.
Fine, thank you. As your seconder, I'm quite happy, and once again I'll state the same, that when Fiona Colley speaks, people listen, because she is one of the although she's not just a new councillor, as Councillor Colley's come in here, she's gained a reputation of being a very knowledgeable and hardworking in that field, and I'm delighted to hear the support that you're getting for what is a very worthwhile motion. Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Provost. I don't quite know how to follow that. I used to volunteer at a dementia group in Bowness, the Tuesday club organised by St Andrew's Church, and we all attended a dementia training course as part of our volunteering commitment, and I think it's proved a very useful thing in lots of ways, in everything what one does in terms of elderly relatives, like Fiona said, people that you meet and you can recognise the signs, simple things that I would never have known without the training was that at certain stages you can't ask a dementia patient what is they would like for lunch. You have to show them the options so they can make the choice. So I think this is an excellent motion, and I think we should all embrace it, and I think it is a very positive one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your support. Anybody else like to come in? So we have a motion moved and seconded with the added area from Councillor Colley. Has everybody agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed, fine. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. That takes us to item 12, which is exclusion of public. The council has to agree to go into a private session, and we'll need a couple of minutes to stop the recording and end the live stream. So are we agreed to the exclusion of public?
Agreed.
Robert, before we
Sorry.
do, just
Yep.
before we do, recognising that David McGee is going to be speaking to the next paper, just in public session, I would like to just acknowledge that this is David McGee's last council meeting, and in fact, he leaves us with over this week.
David McGee.
And I would just like to recognise and thank David for the huge amount of work that he's done for the authority over the years, and has taught many about procurement and managing the building maintenance side of things. So I would just like to say I really wish David all the very best in his retirement. I can't believe that he is that age. But I hope that he and his family are able to enjoy some time now that things are relaxed. And as he moves on to the next phase of his life, I wish him all the very best of luck. But do hope to see him out and about when I'm out walking. But I just wanted to really put that on the record while we were in public session.
Okay, I think we'd agree with your sentiments. David's been a great servant to Falkirk Council, and I'm sure we wish him all the best. Okay then, so we're moving into the exclusion of the public into private session, but we'll need a couple of minutes to stop the recording and end the live stream, and then we'll come back in. Thank you.
Or off gas heating. Shield Hill and left. You know,